T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. You got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. Mateo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Out of the ruins, out from the wreckage, can't make the same mistake this time. We are the children, the last generation. We are the ones they left behind. And I wonder when we are ever gonna change. Living under the fear till nothing else remains. day is coming. All else are castles built in the air. And I wonder when we are ever gonna change. Living under the fear till nothing else remains. All the children say we don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond the Thunderdome. So what do we do with our lives? We leave only a mark. Will our story shine like a light? Or is it the dark? Is it all or nothing? We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond Thunderdome. All the children say we don't need another hero. We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond Thunderdome.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the title for the day today, Noah wants to know right away. Noah's like, what is it? What's going on? To default or not may have been answered in the tech stocks overnight. So I'm not going to name off the names, but there were several. No, so there was actually more than just the one that you mentioned. There's plenty of others that were moving up as well. I tend to feel like the market likes to protect certain sectors sometimes from potential market corrections. And what you may have been seeing is an attempt to protect some of those assets at lower prices, and then institutions basically buying those up. There's also some people could say, well, it's all based off of earnings report. Man, the market would have priced that in beforehand. I'm not really buying into the whole beating the earnings kind of thing. I'm really not. I'm not down with that. I'm pretty sure they would have priced that in long before that would have happened. Um, and maybe they did a little bit, but it moved pretty good. And there were other stocks as well. So I think the tech sector is getting a little bit of a boost. Well, hold on one second. Let me see something here. Let me just check something real fast. Mm, so if I take a look at the futures on the NASDAQ 100 right now, the NASDAQ 100 and the micro NASDAQ 100 are up for the futures 1.83%, as opposed to the S&P 500, which is up 0.58%. So I would say that's a pretty good indication when it's nearly what is that? Almost four times higher. Not quite, a little more like three times higher than what the standard S&P 500 is hitting. I would say there's something going on there. It's kind of being protected right now. So I'm not necessarily buying into the whole idea that it was just due to one earnings report that was busted on earnings. I don't think that's what it is. I think there's something. I think there's a little something more going on here. I think it's being protected from an overall move on the market. If the market's going to be moving down and you want a sector to do well, you can buy in and cause that sector to prop up and not necessarily be impacted as harshly by the rest of the market. Which I think is what we're kind of seeing happen here a little bit. And Apex is just now realizing that he now has a blue wrench, which is making me happy. I don't know. I guess I just overlooked it, Apex. I don't know why I didn't give it to you a while ago. But I saw your comment earlier, and I was like, oh crap, he doesn't have a blue wrench. better make him a blue wrencher. So yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for your time put in on doing price prediction tally points. Speaking of which, how did we end up doing yesterday? 162 for a close on Ape, and 488, 650 right on the noggin. Meaning anybody who had $5 to $8 would have been the big winner, but we didn't have anybody. Everybody guessed just a little bit high. Einstein would have been the closest at 505 to 805. So everybody was off just a little bit. When I go through the numbers this morning, actually I'm going to show you something real quickly here. I was just kind of looking at AMC and Ape combined price, and I just want to show you something really fast that I think is kind of interesting. I've been showing you this. Long, short levels of consolidation that have been occurring here, and we're kind of on one of the short tickers. This consolidation didn't happen. We had price starting to fall down here, but you can see that there was a definite at the end of that period of time here. You can see that it's about the length of this arrow, and price did move down to and supported right about where I had the next blue arrow at. So maybe we get after the blue arrow, we get the next consolidation, and I don't know which way this is going to go, but I'll make it a guesstimate here. But I have a feeling, and I'll show you why here in just a second, that we're going to be closing slightly up today in total, based off of yesterday's numbers on closing at 650. I think we're going to be about 12 or 13 cents higher. So we're going to close probably around like 6 663 or 662. 663 is actually would be perfect because it's a Fibonacci retracement level. I'm going to put this this arrow right here, and I think we're going to get some consolidation at 663. Now let me show you something really kind of interesting. I'm going to zoom out here just a tad bit. I think I'm going to get rid of all the noise. There's got to be a way to get rid of all the noise here. Hold on a second. How do I do this? I know there's a way to like turn off everything all at once. I always forget how to do it. Here it is. Is this it? Yeah, that's it. What do you see about this little point in time right here and this point right here? Actually, let me highlight it for you. Hopefully, this is going to bring all the drawings back up, but all of this. That is not what I wanted. Hold on a second. I didn't want ghost feed. I wanted bars pattern. All right. Let's change the color on that because you're not going to be able to see that. I want you to look at this pattern of price movement specifically right here. And I've made it darker. I'm simply going to stretch this out. I am not going to change the height. I'm going to try and keep everything consistent. Just stretch it out so that you can see it a little bit better. That's it. I'm not changing height. I'm just simply changing how, extending the data out so that you can see it at a larger scale. Does anybody see anything on this page here that looks anything like that whatsoever? I don't know if you can see it or not. But we've already had this on a much more macro play out. Something very, very similar to this. Even down to the little pokey sticks that occur like here and here have occurred before. Does anybody see it? Maybe you don't. All right, let me show it to you. 3 humps. 1, 2, 3, followed by a spiky stick. This one had the spiky stick down instead of up on the 3rd hump. It happened on the back side of it. 1, 2, 3, followed by a big price drop, a sudden price drop in there, followed by some consolidation upwards, followed by another price drop. This little consolidation upwards right here that we're having right now, I think is this portion right here. I think we're doing something very, very similar to this pattern, which should produce a move that's heading back upwards here shortly thereafter. So I think we're producing this pattern. So that means that if I'm correct on this, and I don't know if I am, but if I am correct on this, we should finish about 13 cents higher today because I think we're right about here. We've had, if you look at this spot right here, there is two V shapes followed by an increase in price and a much larger but shorter V shape followed by some consolidation and then a big drop going into the next day of trading. And I think we're doing that exact same thing currently. You've got V shape number 1, V shape number 2. I think you're going to get that next pattern up. I think this next V is going to be in here. It's going to be sharp at market open. A really sharp V. By the way, the end of this this arrow right here is going to be May 25th at the almost market close at the end of the day. And then we're going to see that big spike down going into Monday mornings or Friday mornings market open. I think we're going to see this. I think the market's going to bleed on Friday. I think this is coming. The good news, not this, I'm sorry, I pointed at the wrong thing. this right here. I think this is going to be Friday. But if I'm right, if this is today right here, then we should see a little bit of upwards momentum compared to what yesterday's close was. A little bit, not too much, maybe about 12 cents, which puts us right at a Fibonacci retracement level where I've got the blue arrow. After the 12-cent increase in price, we'll probably see a little bit of a downwards momentum. It'll probably take us to 635 as a retest, or maybe even slightly lower. It could be a double bottom off of the pass back over here around 631 as a retest, maybe, or 630. And then we should be seeing shortly thereafter, we should be seeing, based off of these numbers here, a little bit of additional downwards momentum, but not much, followed by a pretty nice run upwards. But I think we're playing that. I think we're playing this out right here. This whole section right here, I think we're playing this out. Okay. I'm good. Okay. I love you. Bye. Let's see here. That was something that I noticed earlier this morning when I was just getting on. I was kind of seeing that right there. Do note that after 3-day weekends, we do typically have good price movement. I think Danny just mentioned in here, he said, bleed us right before the long weekend. People are talking about an EMP attack on the U.S. and senators getting sat phones. What would that would do it? Casey, get your tinfoil hat out. It's, and especially if they don't have, if there's no clarity in whether or not the debt ceiling is going to be raised or not. BioLife Hemp says, love you too, Casey. Oh, I was saying that to my wife, man. I thought maybe you could hear her in the background. Maybe you couldn't. Also, Casey running same numbers today, combined close of 666. Got it? Got you down? I think I'm going to go, like I said, I think it's going to be about 12 cents up on the day for the day today. So I'm going to stick exactly with what I have, 512 to 812 as well. I'm not changing my numbers either. But we do love you. Thanks, guys. If you want to throw some love somewhere, two people in our community are kind of hurting right now. I don't really want to get into specifics about what's going on in their lives. That's up for them to talk about or not. But Tendies Plus Plus needs a little bit of love right now, and Mick, Casey's Broken Cup. If you guys remember Mick, he's got that awesome accent. Perhaps you remember Mick, maybe you don't remember Mick, but Casey's Broken Mug is what you probably know him by here. He's also done some stuff with Wolfie not too long ago. Both those guys need a little bit of love right now. So if you guys pray, I don't know, or if you just have thoughts about people, those are two people in our community who probably could use some additional prayers or thoughts headed their direction. Let's see here. It is 6:25, so it's time to take a look at some of these numbers. Point Break Thor says, yep, two good guys. I agree. Let me take you guys over to numbers. I lost my train of thought there. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Time to clean my glasses. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. when you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to use or set up a secondary phone number to be able to receive that passcode, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary phone. You never know. Sometimes you drop your phone in the toilet. Sometimes your kids drop it down the toilet for you. Who knows? There's, or maybe you're just taking pictures of alligators and you drop it into the alligator pit. Who knows? Who knows whatever might happen? But it's certainly a good idea to have a backup device you can send that code to. And then also, while you're at it, please take pictures of your portfolio because much like an alligator pit, your brokers are a bunch of alligators, and I would not trust them. I would not trust my meaty hand in the pen of an alligator. And so the last thing you want to do is leave it to them to kind of keep track of what it is that you hold. And that should be your responsibility and your burden of proof, because that's what they'll expect if they decide to just go ahead and make changes against your wishes. So make sure you're protecting yourself. All right, let's do this. Clean glasses. Oh man. I was going through like all the Tina Turner songs I was going to play, and I know I've actually played the Tina Turner song that I played today, the We Don't Need Another Hero. It's really, I call it the Thunderdome song. It's the song that I grew up on. It's where I kind of, I guess, would say that I was probably first introduced to Tina Turner as a kid. And man, I loved that song as a kid. Just growing up, I just could not get enough of that song. I loved it. It was great. I don't know why, but it just made me happy as a it doesn't even, it's not even a happy song, but I liked it so much. It was a great song. And then of course and she's got many others. I'm sure some of you are probably wondering why I chose that specific one, but that's probably the reason why. There was another one. It was between that one and another one that I was trying to choose between last night. I got all sentimental last night. I was like, oh man, having to go through like all our different songs. And then my wife showed me a tweet from Dolly Parton. Runnin', runnin', runnin' was, I think it was runnin'. Yeah, runnin', runnin', runnin' was a song that Dolly Parton quoted, and so I played that one, and it almost, that was actually the third song that we were trying to choose between. That would have been a great one too, but I just didn't feel like it was quite appropriate since I don't think we're going to be running necessarily. Anyways, it was tough, man. It was tough for me last night. I got my glasses all dirty, so I'm glad they're clean now. You know, misty eyes. Let's see what we got going on here with numbers. Price predictions, like I said earlier, we closed right down on the money at 650 combined between AMC and Ape. Nobody hit the price prediction target right on the nose, so I'm just going to go ahead and give out. Why is that page blank? Hold on one second here. I forgot to refresh Ortex. There we go. Let me hand out the points for price predictions. You know, I used to put in little flashy arrows in here for where we were predicting price was going to be going for the day. For example, like Einstein was suggesting it was going to go down, so I put in an arrow like that in there for which direction they thought it was going to be moving. Or even was like this, and then up was like that. I got rid of the. I stopped using those a long time ago. I wonder if I should start using them again. That'd be kind of fun to see them back up there, I think. That way you know where our price predictions are going for the day. I'll see if I can put those. Maybe I'll start using those again. Let's see. Let me experiment here for just a second, because Einstein, I think we were all predicting a down day yesterday. What does that look like? I don't know. It's very suggestive. Maybe that's why I stopped using them. Yeah, I'll fix this up maybe over the weekend and start using it again. As I like play with it right now. Sorry. This is squirrel. All right, moving on. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume for AMC yesterday was 171.1. Let's see what Ape was. Wednesday for Ape. $29.2 thousand. Very low. Yesterday, AMC's price was down 2.98%. Ape was up 1.25. Let's check out that utilization. I forgot the Funky Pizza record music again. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get the Funky Pizza record music going here. Hold on. I gotta turn my volume down so I don't hear it, because it's too distracting for me to do numbers. All right, there we go. Let's see here. 100% utilization showing up on AMC. We've got May 24th as the date. That is accurate. And on Ape, 55.22%. Slightly down day over day. And then that is 100% utilization for 92 straight trading days on AMC. Max Pain, this might start moving down a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm going to call $5 yet today, but I think it's very possible that by the end of the day today we may see. I mean, if we get a lot of FOMO, if we're moving up 12 cents for the day today, we may see a lot of FOMO kind of kicking in, thinking, oh, hey, price is going to go back up again here, and so it may stay 550. But I'm gonna say it's going to be 550 still for the day today. If we don't get that 12 cent increase in price, oh, it is $5. Wow. Okay, it did move down $5. I have a feeling it'll go back up to 550 by Friday. We'll see. Taking a look at off exchange. By the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. Yesterday, it was 47.75% through off exchange. EDGX was 9.45. The combined total on that was 57.2, or about 6.8% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. Where did that extra volume go to? CHX was 6.47%. With a 30-day average of 3.82, so a lot of it went into CHX. It ended up being 1.103 million, 1,103,174 shares went through that exchange. That is extremely high volume. A lot of closing of positions occurring. On Ape, final numbers on Ape, 51.42% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 4.77. The combined total is 56.19. That is about 7.81% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. 0 shares going through CHX. And on GME, CHX volume was, let's see here, 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.17, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday it was 139.123 million. Today it's 139.138, slightly up. Options. Highest amount of open interest yesterday was at a $5.50 strike. I do expect that to still be the case. And it is, but it went from 39.5 thousand contracts down to 36.4. This would probably be the reason why a lot of the volume, or this is why Max Payne went down half a dollar from 5.5 down to 5. It's because a lot of positions were closing out at a 5.5 as price was coming down. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $5 strike. There was 25.9 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 28.1. And of course, those are in the money currently. Well, probably not really in the money, but they're definitely the strike is in the money right now. I'm sure Theta has screwed up some of the value. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50. No, 5. It's actually suggesting a $5 close by the end of the week. I just forgot to change my numbers on the page here because both the highest level of volume and open interest is at for calls at a $5 strike and puts at a $5 strike. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here after I move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to. I noticed that I'm having a little bit of a connectivity problem here. I'm gonna see if I can't fix it. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna move that over for just a second. This page isn't coming up here for me. Let me try one more thing. There we go. As we talked about earlier, I think that there's going to be a little bit of upwards momentum in price for the day-to-day. I think that we close about 12 or 13 cents higher than where we're at right now. or where we were at, I'm sorry, for close yesterday, which would have been about 650 even. So we'd be looking at maybe like 662 or 663. I'm going to be planning on about 662, I think, for close, which is going to be just underneath this Fibonacci retracement. I think that's where we're going to close at for the day. So that's where I put the blue arrow at, and that blue arrow ends at 1600 hours. And I am expecting to see a pretty big drop going into tomorrow. I would imagine that would come with a market-wide drop as well. Taking a look at Ortex. There's our utilization for 100% for a really long time, 92 days to be exact. On loan amount, day over day. Let's see here. Increasing. It went from 170.1 to 172.52, so we're looking at 1.42 million shares and newly loaned out shares. This is good. If we just saw a closing of positions and never any loaning of more positions, that would be bad. Taking a look at, well, actually it wouldn't necessarily be bad, but it would be telling us that they were trying to get out of Dodge, but we're still seeing some more loaning going on here. Estimated short share interest of the free float is currently dropping, and this is what I was talking about with you guys yesterday. I said we're going to see short share interest of the free float drop from about 25% down to 20% due to the reported exchange reported short interest coming in yesterday at a big drop from the last number. It is within the range of what they were expecting, but it was still a big drop in exchange reported short interest. So that drop obviously causes them to have to recalculate where they think that the current short share interest of the free float's at. So it dropped from 25.15% down to 20.89. So let's hear 20.89 minus the 25.15, 4.26 drop. Let's see here. That's not right. That's 22 million shares, 22.1 million shares that Ortex is estimating that were closed out since the last 15 days of reported numbers. So there's a lot of closed positions in that period of time. 22.1 million shares. That's how far off their predictions were. Let's see here. Moving on, what's that going to cause the on-loan average age per day to do? It's not going to change anything. On-loan average age per day is going to be based off of shares on loan, not necessarily short interest. So I would expect that since the on-loan amount increased day over day, this might be heading down a little bit or sideways. Sideways it is. It went from 98.51 to 98.57, slightly up. Security lending volume day over day dropped from 12.57 million to 8.71. Utilization on Ape looks like it decreased just slightly day over day. Actually, we talked about it already. It did decrease slightly day over day. Went from 55.3% to 55.22. On loan amount decreased from 18.64 to 18.42. Let's see. So we're looking at what? 220,000 shares returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float coming down as a result from 5.52 to 5.36 on loan average age per day. Starting to peak here and head back down. It went from 97.03 to 95.44. That's our first day of downwards momentum. Taking a look at the next security lending volume We've got 407. We went from 475,000 the previous day to 1.58 million shares in security lending volume traded. Orders by Fidelity customers. These are going to be the full day's worth of orders, and I don't expect to see AMC, Ape, or GME on this list. And they're not. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.39. I did not calculate out Apes just yet. 1.458 is the SSR tripping point for the day today on Ape. Earlier this morning, there was 1.1 million shares available to borrow. It looks like they've borrowed most of those shares so far this morning, so I'm going to go ahead and call it 1.1 million shares borrowed. Yesterday it was 1.45 million. Fees have dropped from 49.1% down to 44.5%. And we have calls, 101.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 4.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 55.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. These numbers are not very balanced. I'm really kind of surprised to see how unbalanced these numbers are. This may mean there might be a lot of institutions that are faring better from out of in the money puts than they are from having in the money calls, which could be why it's leaning this direction. I have a feeling we might see $5.50 strike for max pain increasing by the end of today. We might have a little bit of upwards momentum to balance this out a little bit better, I think. Futures, as of right now, VIX is showing up 1.98%, so I'd expect to see about 0.3 to 0.5 on markets. Stop. Markets, let's see, where are they at here? Down, hold on. My computer is acting way up here. Let's see here. We've got S&P 500. I have 2%. That's actually the. Hold on a second here. Man, this is. What is going on? VIX being down, I would expect to see market up. So this is right about where I would expect it to be. We do have, like I was saying earlier, the Nasdaq and the Micro Nasdaq 100 are both up 1.89% for the futures. Tech side of the market's doing pretty hot right now. We have Russell 2000 mid caps are down 0.5. Let's look at banks. Starting with, let's see here. Go away. FRC, actually I'm only going to look at what's being traded in the pre-market here. Big movers in the pre-market, I don't see anything specifically that stands out. Maybe CM, California Imperial Bank, and normally they read plus or minus 2.75, but this one's 2.59% up. It's the only one trading in the pre-market that's significantly moved. Ethereum Classic is down 0.48. It is definitely retesting that bottom side here. It'll be interesting to see if it holds or if crypto has a move up after this. DXY showing up 0.36. Yes, yesterday AMC had more outflow than inflow by almost 2 million. It was about 1.8 million more outflow than inflow. 39,000. Whoa, what happened today? We got some volume today, guys. Finally got some volume here. 39,000 shares having been traded so far. I had to look down to see what time it was, make sure I didn't Miss the pokey stick. We're actually getting some volume. That's good to see. Almost 40,000 shares traded so far, and we still got 7 more minutes left to go here. That is some good volume. It's not ideal, but it's better than what we've had. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart here, and I would say that this cup and handle scenario is out. There's no way that's happening. Not after yesterday's Slaughterfest. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 38.6. Which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.88, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.12, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes, an RSI at 50.2. Somebody was asking about rabbit pellets on SPY in the pre-market. I don't see them. Hold on a second. Let me go to 1 minute. Yeah. So I have seen it before, but usually this is just a sign of low liquidity. I've seen it before, but it's usually usually when you get as you're getting closer to the bank's opening, when you get your pokey stick and the banks start lending shares, then you start seeing it resume back to normal. So it does happen, but I definitely feel like it's a sign of low liquidity and not a whole lot of transactions. It could also be, with low liquidity, it's going to come low volume. So it could mean a low volume day ahead. Where was I? Oh yeah, Ape. Yesterday we had approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 5,910,000 shares traded so far this morning on Ape. Not a whole lot of volume here. On a 4-hour chart, we've got so much whipsaw, it's not even funny. Currently, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure and a divergence on the vortex indicator occurring right now, and an RSI at 44.84, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring with an RSI of 45, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence within the last hour, an RSI at 46.14, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than actually equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, obviously because price is moving sideways. And RSI is at 46.86, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on a 1-hour. Lagging lines below price line on Ape. Conversion and base are rated at each other's neck here. This is where I was talking about. I think we're going to see a 12-cent increase in price today on AMC and Ape combined. I don't know how I'm going to split the data between the two. I don't think it really matters to me because as long as I get the total price rate between the two is what makes the big difference. So could Ape be moving up a little bit today? I think so. We've got red cloud forming in the end portion of the day today. Price does like to move up through red clouds and down through green clouds. Knowing the fact that the market's probably going to be moving down tomorrow, I don't necessarily think it's going to spike down today, but I'm thinking it's going to be moving down significantly tomorrow. I think that Ape is it's been acting kind of inverse to what's been happening to AMC. You can see Ape was up yesterday 1.25, AMC was down 2.98, so they're inverse of each other right now, and so I think the chances of seeing a big price move today isn't necessarily as strong. So maybe we close 160. We're at 159 right this second. We closed at 162 yesterday. I think 160 is where we close on AMC. A little bit of upwards momentum there, and then tomorrow would be the move upwards if AMC is going to be moving down. Ape's going to be moving up past the cloud here and probably into that 164, maybe 165 range. So I think I'm going to write Ape down for a 160 close today. And that means I'm going to have to balance out whatever price I'm going to guess on Ape to match the other side of that to get to 662 for a close. Yesterday I said 158, I think, on it means it's going to have to close at 502 for AMC. Yep. So let's take a look over our numbers here and see what we got going on here. First, 4-hour chart on this as well. Lagging line is right below price line. Conversion and base are right on top of each other. Price is kind of tested it multiple times below. Opening up at 160 would and closing at 160 would put us just inside the cloud. I think this is probably the lowest we may see it dropping through the cloud here before moving up to higher numbers. Just a guesstimate. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, lagging line's below price line, conversion is below base, price is moving up through conversion and base. I think we're going to see that continuation of price movement up to that 502 range, which should put us right about here and wanting to break through the cloud for the day today. I did not write down any numbers for Ape. Hold on a second, let me go back. My bad. One second, I gotta write some numbers down here for bullish price movement. Getting lagging line above price line and price above the cloud for the day today is going to be ideal for buying pressure on a 1-hour chart. So we're looking at 163 as being a good push point for Ape. And on a 4-hour chart, it is going to be about 165. So I'd say between the two of those, we're probably really just going to need to see above 165 in order to see some good upwards momentum on price movement for Ape. On AMC, 1-hour cloud, to get good buying pressure for the day today, we're going to have to get lagging line above price line, which means that we have to see a price above. We have to see basically 509, which would put price just above the cloud. And on a 4-hour chart, lagging lines below price line. Hold on a second, I gotta get rid of all these other lines. Lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. Price moving for the day though. Really, price has to move through the cloud, which means that it's a long ways off from that 554. Big gap between the 1-hour chart and the 4-hour chart. 554 would be big additional buying pressure. We did print a TD9 on a 4-hour chart here, so price should be moving back upwards. Again, I don't really expect to see $703, which means our pokey stick already occurred. Looks like we had about this equal amounts of volume, almost equal amounts of volume on pokey stick. We have not seen that. It used to be, guys, all the time. Your pokey stick of volume was almost exactly doubling the total amount of volume that AMC would have on a daily basis. That has not happened in forever. It's been forever. But today it came really close. We had 29.5 thousand shares in our pokey stick. We had about 30,000, little over 30,000 shares going through, giving us a total of 72,000 shares traded so far for the day today on AMC. I would expect to see additional volume today on AMC, which could mean again price improvement. Again, I don't expect to see it much more than 10 cents by the end of the day, but 10 cents is 10 cents. It's still upwards momentum. and that's probably where that buying pressure is going to come from. And in regards to total volume for the day, I doubt I'll be able to predict anything higher than the 5 to 25 that I have been predicting lately. I might jump it up to 10 to 30. Actually, I think I will. I'll just jump it up to 10 to 30 million shares, just because I think that there's a small possibility that we see something close to 25 million shares. So I don't want to be that close. Yesterday's total volume was 17 million shares. Maybe we hit like 21, 22 million today. And on Ape's Pokey Stick of volume came in at 22,000 shares, giving us a total of 41,000 shares. 1 to 20 million is the highest volume I can give it for prediction. Yesterday we had about 5.9 million shares in volume on Ape. I would expect to see something slightly higher, but not much. Maybe like 6.5 million. And let's see here. I guess I can. Where are we at in the music? Oh wait. Did the music stop? Huh. I guess I took longer than the music was. There was no music going. I took longer than the music is. Hey, you guys don't have to. Man, I just do what I'm doing for historical purposes. You guys can talk all you want to. You don't have to listen to me. For anything, it's for my own reference. I can always go back and look back at the numbers. Funky Pizza Record says there's 30 minutes of music. No, yeah, that means I did 30 minutes worth of talking. It actually shows 31.19. Yeah, I just do the numbers. You guys don't have to listen. You can just talk amongst yourselves. Do say whatever you want to say. Do whatever you want to do. It's a hangout place. I'm just some guy in the corner of the bar mumbling. You guys are the real life of the party. I'm just over in the corner going like, and this derivative of this asset, it's like, who cares what that guy's saying? Nobody cares. It's not a big deal. And I'll just keep doing it. I'll just be over there in the corner saying my usual thing. If my life had gone differently at any point in time, I probably really would be one of those bums on the corner of the street just talking to himself. It would have just taken. Hold on a second. I'm gonna cough here. It would have just taken one bad decision, made in life, that maybe sent me to jail or something, or I don't. Who knows? Just something. One little. What was the name of that movie? Was it The Butterfly Effect? One little small little wrong choice in life, and I just would have been that guy on the corner of the street with the beard that I have right now, talking to myself instead of in a room on computer screens. You're a tremendous slouch. I actually don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up though. I'm gonna guess it's like Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Ridgemont High. Tremendous slash musical artist. Caddyshack. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It says I always get your name wrong. Belligerent Ideas. It's so hard for me to read your name. Belligerent Ideas says, I respect the fact that you have the balls to stream 8 hours a day. We disagree, but I have much respect for your channel. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. or, I don't know what to say to that. I'll take it as a compliment. Cojones. I don't know why I want to split I always want to split your name up into Bell, Iger, Ent Ideas. That's how I want to split your name every time I see it. Cassius says, what if on another plane or dimension you are the guy on the corner talking to yourself? This is what's in your mind. Yeah, but I guess Dr. D, you're not wrong. Everyone does make one bad decision. The question is whether or not that the impact, the results of that one bad decision and how it impacts your life can vary. Like drinking and driving. You know, do you kill somebody or do you get pulled over and get a DUI or do you make it home safe? You know, every time somebody does something like that, you're rolling the dice, and it just takes that one bad choice, that one bad time where you do something that affects somebody else, or maybe kill somebody, and yeah, call an Uber. And that's the choice you've made. You've made that choice, and it was the wrong one. And how that affects you and or impacts you in your life is something you have to then deal with. Yeah, it is bad. But I'm thinking back to my past, Dr. D, from my younger days, and those were the dumb decisions that I made. Dumb decisions. Speaking of which, my son's turning 21 here soon. I get to take my first 21-year-old kid out coming up here. It's like I might be taking some time off, by the way, guys. When Bradley shows back up, I'm gonna be taking some time off in June. I'm just telling you right now. I'm not gonna be here. I think he's here from the 9th through the 12th. I think he's here from the 9th through the 12th or something really close to that. So I'll probably be taking off those days in June. Um, and it's his 21st birthday is coming up here in just a couple weeks, 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks? Holy crap! It's less than 2 weeks. So I'm gonna take him out for his 21st birthday, and you know, I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Part of me wants to take him down to 6th Street in downtown Austin, but that's not my kind of scene anymore. But I don't want to take him someplace that I would go either. Where where do you take him? I don't know. I feel like I should take him someplace because his brother's going to be here too, and so I feel like we should go someplace where he can go. Maybe we'll go like dude's day out or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what we'll do. Maybe I take him to Top. Well, maybe we should start out at Top Golf. Have him doing some drinking during Top Golf, and then take him to the strip club. I can't take the other kids there. Maybe we start out with Top Golf, do a little bit of drinking. His brothers can watch him make a fool of himself, and then after we're done with Top Golf, I don't know what I'll do after that. I don't have any ideas really. Twin Peaks. I'm gonna watch my son get wasted, and Have him like flirting with like the waitresses. That's that'll be weird. I know, right, Danny? It's his birthday. Well, are you saying I should let him decide? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm not taking him to a strip club. He'll never forget tattoos. No, I'm not doing that to him. That's that's something that I think every person has to make a choice. Take him to Tijuana. Sam, I know what you're talking about. I grew up in San Diego, so no, I'm not taking him to Tijuana. I thought you guys were looking out for me. Yeah, Mexico's a bad choice. Yeah, take him to drink the worm. Yeah, I'm gonna pass. I am gonna I'm gonna try. I know he's got this really weird stigma where he thinks that people outside the military don't really like military people right now, and there may be some truth to that. But and Austin is kind of liberal, but he seems to think that you shouldn't, identify as being a part of the military at all, and they've kind of ingrained that into him for whatever reason. But I think that people are very proud of our service members, and I'm gonna try to convince him to take his military ID and only use that military ID because I think that I think that'll be really cool. I think it'll be really cool for people at the bars to know that a service member has become 21 years old. So he might get a little extra special treatment or something. I don't know. A lot of people. I've never served in the military. I've only been in a military family, so a lot of people may see that who served in the military as like an advantage or something that they wouldn't take advantage of and would look or frown upon that. So maybe you guys don't agree with me. That for those of you who have served before, but I don't know. I think he deserves it. You know what, Glenn? It's the perception that they teach them in the military right now. They're literally making the kids in the military these days feel like they're looked down upon by the general public and to not expose who they are, which I think is terrible. I know Dynamite says brainwashing. I think it's terrible because I don't think the general public feels like that at all. Danny says, Casey, I'm sure police officers feel the same way. Probably. I would tend to agree. Good morning, Thomas. Escobar, good morning to you. $17.96 said go skydiving. Oof. You know what though? I'm not really probably in shape for it. He's got his diving license, and I only went diving with him once, And I'm talking about scuba diving. That might be kind of fun to go scuba diving with them. But again, I want to do something with all the boys together because you know it's I don't want it to just be me and him kind of thing. Hunter is graduating high school, so he's going to be out on his own now. By the way, I think today is his last day of high school, but he graduates next week. So Hunter is officially out of high school as of today. I think he has a half day today, and that's it. Brandon, I would say yes, but not instantly. Oh, Jay, I can only imagine. Jay said, Casey, my wife went to skydiving in Key West a few weeks ago when we were on vacation. Her first time, and said it was amazing over the waters. What's up? Oh, okay. The way you were walking at me, I thought you were going to say something to me. Yeah. So, congrats on escaping, Hunter. uh, paintball. That's not a bad option. You want to go paintballing, hun? You don't care. Uh, that Why don't I ask them? Because I hate making it seem like I haven't come up with any ideas before they get here. That's all. No, we're not. Uh, ooh, Dynamite says, when do you start to empty nest, Casey? It would probably be another 5 years. 5 years? Does that sound about right? Empty nesting. I think we got about 5 years. Yeah. Hon, I'm gonna be. I thought I was gonna be 46 this year. I'm gonna be 47. I know. I always. I forgot. I literally thought I was turning 46, and it's 47. I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, uh, that's what I need to do. Just keep turning 46 over and over and over. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end at 46. I'm never getting any older than 46. Every time people ask me, I'm just gonna from now on say 46. That was it. I only remember 46 anymore. How old are you? 71. I mean 46. 2 weeks. Glenn says at one point, so yeah, so the Nasdaq is, it's got a lot of the tech companies in the Nasdaq, Glenn, and it is very rare. And I think what you're seeing right now, and this is something I talked about earlier this morning, is I think you're seeing, I think personally that the answer to whether or not the debt ceiling is going to be raised has been answered, but we just don't know yet. And I think because that answer is in, they're protecting the price of tech stocks. So we're seeing a little bit of a pre-move on tech stocks to compensate for perhaps what's going to happen to the rest of the market once the actual news hits on where price is moving to, or whether the debt ceiling is being moved, changed, raised, elevated, removed, whatever it is. Casey, tell your wife that it's cool. She's Reddit famous in the truck. Hun, you're Reddit famous in the truck. She said, I'm famous. Why am I famous? Oh, well, they're saying you're famous because you were in it when the picture was taken. No, Glenn, I don't think it's Congress members. I think it's institutions. Institutions are buying it up to try and protect price. They're they're probably buying into it in advance to help protect their assets if the market price were to come down. Casey, more like ignored. More like ignored. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. All Day 365 is saying, we got more than 5 years. Easterby says they're raising it. It's obvious, right? Question mark. I think so. I think that the debt ceiling will be raised. Oh, okay. The debt ceiling. Let me read you. Let me. You said. What did you say? You said Casey more like ignored. I think they're Plague's saying they're going to default. Well, let's put up a poll. Let's do it. Let's get the dancer poll up here. We'll find out where everybody's dancing on this poll. Let's see here. Will the debt ceiling be raised? Yes, no. Maybe so. No. I need to give you guys like at least a third option. Yes, no, only after default, or how about late? I'll put in late. Real Rugged said, yeah, I see a lot of people have started receiving their postcards. I've also seen some people saying emails for the postcard instead of postcards. Aaron, I don't remember that. Aaron says, Casey, do you remember the episode of Beavis and Butthead where they got tricked into voting? I don't remember. Let me see here. Yes, no, late, or I feel like I need like one more option. How about just like the typical I don't really care. I don't care. My wife laughed because she actually knows Is she still working there? Huh. I used to work with oh shoot, I'm gonna forget where it is she's from. It's not the Ukraine. It's Ukraine area region. She would be so angry at me for forgetting right now. You don't understand. Like if you call a Ukrainian Russian, they get pissed. If you call whatever portion of Russia it is that she is from old Russia, she gets pissed. So I don't think it's Ukraine. Anyways, long story short is that uh, whenever I would go up to her with, I worked in a different department. We had the same exact position, and I would walk over in her department and say, I've got some, product here that seems to have, got defects that are coming out of your diffusion area that she worked in. And she, the first words out of her mouth every time was, I don't care. It was just kind of like, well, it's your problem. You need to care. But it was just like her standard phrase that she always used. It was her go-to every time somebody came up. It didn't matter what it was. It was always, I don't care. Every single time. And then she moved out here to Austin, Texas, because we worked in Phoenix together. She came out here and started working the same place that I did. My wife actually still works at the same place where she's at. And she's gotten, you've had her say the same thing to you before, right? She's used to say the same thing to her. My wife would go to her with a problem, and she'd be like, "I don't care." It's hilarious. It's really funny because you just don't know how to react to it when somebody says something like that. No, no, well, not to me. No, not to me. Real rugged, but maybe to somebody else. Casey, they will use the tools in their toolbox to keep the economy strong and resilient because we're too big to fail. More than likely. Did Ape do a split? No. Same as usual, Mega Hulk. Just plugging away here. Am I? My bad. Sorry about that. Oh, that's what the joke is about the split. Sorry. I didn't realize I had both of them on there. I can only see one screen, so you guys got the. Sorry about that. I need more directness instead of subtle hints. Reuters is reporting Cineworld to exit Chapter 11 bankruptcy in July. And by the way, will the debt ceiling be raised? Late means yes, just later than the June 1st deadline. The no's and the lates are kind of interesting to me. Tied up right now, 15% apiece. You could add the 15% to the 63, and overwhelmingly, we have people who believe that it's going to be raised. Apex is saying late because the printer's in need of repair. So here's the deal: we have Fed now that's going to start rolling into effect starting June. We have potentially some CBDC things that are going to be kicking in around that time, I think, as well. And seeing this debt ceiling being raised and allowing the printer to print more money, I'm sure there's going to be a limitation on how much there is going to be printed. But whatever that print amount is, will probably be a negotiated amount, and that's going to be probably one. Watch it be one of the conditions. Watch that be one of the conditions is that any money that's printed from here on out forward is going to be blockchained, and so we know exactly where everything's going. I can almost feel this. I can feel it coming. Oh yeah, we're gonna know where all our money's going now, because we're gonna make sure that anything that we raise the debt ceiling by is gonna go on this, is gonna get blockchained. Paul says that is what will happen with pay and tax refunds. Absolutely. And I could potentially see, the market continuing on, and the can getting kicked down the road in regards to any kind of bubble that was to occur, if that were to be the case. Once they start printing more money, it's possible for them to kick the can down the road a little. I don't know what it's in reference to, Real Rugged. I don't know what false flag for what. What's it in reference to? Are you talking about a market? I need to go to break. I'll wait to see if you say something else here before I go, but let me go ahead and put up the message on the screen here. Your tinfoil hat statement. Don't forget the 10-day blackout false flag op coming to a country near you. Don't forget the 10-day blackout false flag. Okay, I don't know about what that is. 10-day blackout false flag coming to a country near you. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Unless it's that conspiracy theory that's going out there that's tied to like, you know, the senators getting like satellite phones and, you know, the 30 tons of, you know, explosive material that disappeared and, you know, threats of the internet being shut down. If that's what you're referencing, if that's like what they're calling it right now, then maybe I'm not really buying into that whole. Yeah, I'm not buying into it. I'm not. Well, it's funny you should mention this because remember the other day where I was mentioning to you guys, all we need now is for the military to come out and say that they lost, and you know, $10 trillion or how much was it before? Was it like $2 trillion that they lost before 9/11, like 2 days before, and then next thing you know, 9/11. So, so I did say that the other day jokingly, and then last night I'm sitting there and Unusual Whales posted something up, and I'm like, get out! I was mentioning it to my wife. I almost retweeted it, but I was like, no, I am not going down this road. Let me pull it up and show you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it easily because they post so much stuff on Unusual Whales on Twitter. But it's literally the government saying that they lost money. And I was like, oh my gosh, come on. This can't be happening. Let me see if I can find it, though. Hold on 1 second. I tried searching for it first thing this morning, what it is that they were talking about. So, and I couldn't find anything. Here it is, though. Oh crap! All right, here we go. This is gonna excite your tinfoil hats even more. I can just feel this already. The tinfoil hattery is going on strong now. Hold on, let me put mine on. I gotta put my tinfoil hat on for this because this is just way too far out there for me. Breaking. He posted this yesterday night or yesterday morning. 8:11 a.m. Breaking: the Pentagon can't account for hundreds of thousands of spare parts worth millions of dollars that are stored worldwide for the U.S. and allies that it use its costliest weapon, the F-35 jet, according to congressional auditors. Followed up with the Government Accountability Office's findings show evidence of financial management failure. It also mentioned that the total spending on the F-35 jets could reach an estimated $1.4 trillion. And I was like sitting there going like, you've got to be kidding me. I literally said this like after that Pentagon posting, fake posted picture. I was like sitting there going like, now all we need to do, now that they've already stress tested the market with a fake post, now all we need is the government to come out and say that they lost, you know, more money again, and we got ourselves our next crisis that's going to occur. And it's like, are you kidding me? It's literally like, when's the 24th? That's like one day after. Wasn't it the 23rd that we had was it the, yeah, I want to say it was the 23rd that we had the Pentagon posting of the picture. Maybe it was the 22nd. It could have been Monday. Like 1 or 2 days later. Like literally, this is breaking here, right? I didn't see this. This post is on 5/24/23. Oh my gosh. I don't like conspiracy theories, but man, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's only 5 minutes. Real rugged will live. Real rugged, you've been timed out for 5 minutes by accident by Danny. Don't worry about it. You'll be right back. It's only 300 seconds. All right. I'm going to fix my charts real quick here and take a break. And by the way, my tinfoil hat's on. I'm taking it off now. Good morning, Maggie. Let me put up some music here and take this break. See you guys in a bit. All right, so I've mentioned plenty of times before that I don't like doing this, but I do think that we're mimicking a very similar pattern to what we've seen from the near past, and I'm going to change my price prediction a little bit here. I was going to keep it exactly the same at 512 to 812. Apex went the same numbers as he had yesterday at 516 to 816. Einstein said he's going to keep his numbers at 505 to 805, and I said I was going to keep mine the same, but I'm actually going to change them here because I feel like we're kind of playing this out a little bit slower than what perhaps maybe it was before, and maybe we see that price drop right at the beginning of market open, followed by some continuation of price movement downwards in the marketplace, but a finish very, very close to about $6.38 by the end of the day today combined. So I got to somehow come up with 638 as a close on my price prediction between AMC and Ape. So let me write that down. That's actually going to be a lot lower than what I was anticipating. Change of heart on my part. Let's call it. I really don't think Ape is going to move a whole lot, and if it does, 160 is good. So basically, I'm going to take $1.60 off of 638 and say that's going to be AMC's closing price. 478. What's SSR trip at today? SSR trip's at 439. What did I just say? 478. Yeah, let's do it. 478 for a close. The combination of those two, it might actually be more like 480, and then maybe Apes down a little bit to like maybe 158 or something like that, or I don't know. But I do think 638. I'm gonna go with a 638 change here. Yeah, I don't see SSR necessarily being part of it for the day today. So it's too far down. 439 is way too low. But that's what I'm changing my numbers to because it's just kind of what I'm seeing. Like it or hate it, that's what I'm going with. 638. So I just went ahead and moved the blue arrow on this right here. I moved the blue arrow down a little bit, so I think the market's going to open up here and then step down to this at some point. Step down to this and start consolidating around that 638 point. So I think we'll get a retest of 635, which is a point that we've held from the past. Get a little bit of a double bottom in here before perhaps seeing that next bump up. Last minute changes to my predictions here. Good morning, Darren. And then it is Thursday, so I'll open up the back of the Big Tramp for you guys to come in. We can talk about tinfoil hat stuff if you want it, whatever. Darren says Meta announced 21,000 layoffs. Holy crap, is that for real? What's the VIX doing this morning? Okay, it's down. VIX is down 6.34%. I was going to say, it was showing up on my screen here, and I was like, that can't be right. It was showing up 8%, but it was still showing 20. I was like, that has to be yesterday's numbers. It is. It's down 6.34% right now. That should mean some green in the markets. Maybe I'll end up regretting my choice for price prediction for starting the day here later on, but I'm still sticking with it. How many times have I not gone with my gut and stuck with my numbers and then ended up being wrong because I decided to change at the last minute. Oh well. I gotta go with my gut. I gotta go with my current gut. I, I don't know. Man, I'm so torn. I'm so torn right now because I'm seeing the VIX down. Hold on a second here. Let me reevaluate this. Let me look at this real quick here. I gotta look at the whole market. You can't just ignore what the whole market's doing, Casey. Hold on a second here. Because I got like 2 more minutes to make a decision. Final decision here. Yeah, VIX is showing 1.7 for the futures. That's up on the market. Are we going to see this like massive swing? Volatility does get really, really big right before a big move. Man, NASDAQ is up 2.31. The NASDAQ 100. The tech sector is absolutely killing it right now. If the ETFs drive the market, and some of the ETFs can't help but go up because of the fact that there's tech sectors getting pumped, will they get the dump? Oh, man, how do you choose? How do you choose which way you're going to go on this? Oh, this is so hard. Maybe there was an injection. Maybe there's some kind of injection of money into the marketplace. Maybe it came from crypto, from yesterday's drop in crypto. Now I'm starting to go. I'm feeling like I'm gonna stick with my numbers from yesterday again. 512 to 812. Now it's time to get this market started here, guys. I'm gonna stick with my original numbers. Go with my original gut plan. I know it's so weird for me. I never do I change my numbers like this much this early on. I'm gonna go with the 502 close on AMC and the 160 on Ape for a total of 512 to 812 is gonna be my price prediction. So I'm guesstimating like a 662 close combined. All right, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm gonna hang it up. I'm gonna hang it up right there and just go with the original thought process. Watch it totally drop. Ah, man. All right, see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go, got it, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
See, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Out of the ruins, out from the wreckage, can't make the same mistake this time. We are the children, the last generation. We are the ones they left behind. And I wonder when we are ever gonna change. Living under the fear till nothing else remains. We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond the Thunderdome. Looking for something we can rely on. There's got to be something better out there. Love and compassion. That day is coming. All else are castles built in the air. And I wonder when we are ever gonna change. Living under the fear till nothing else remains. All the children say we don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Do I ever pop your guys' speakers when I do that? I don't know. Sometimes I really hope I don't screw up your guys' speakers. Good morning to you guys. So, to default or not may have been answered in the tech stocks overnight. For those of you who were not watching, the Nasdaq 100, some big tech stocks were really getting some big moves yesterday in the aftermarket hours. I'm not going to mention any. But the futures on the Nasdaq 100 right now are up 2.26% right now, while you have things like the Russell 2000, the mid caps are down. Futures are down 0.19%. So big disparity. Dow Jones is showing futures down 0.04. S&P 500 is up 0.85. So a little bit of disparity in some of the markets and where things are heading. My personal opinion is this. I don't think, and there's one company out there that moved quite a bit overnight. You're going to hear people saying that it was due to the fact that they beat earnings. I don't think that's the case. Then I also had Arthur post something up here that I saw in Discord earlier this morning when I was on break. He said, I watch a lot of PC build and parts review channels. After hearing about the company we're talking about talk during their earnings, I was shocked. They are so full of shit. They praise their new 4060 Ti GPU, but here are examples of product reviews negatively over, and the overall GPU market is not good at the moment. Prices and sales are falling. There is even an example of a good review and backlash to it. It was so bad the creator pulled the video and posted an apology. That company run-up is very suspicious in my opinion. I think it is as well. There's other people out there who think this is very suspicious. I think it's protection of a particular sector in the market. And I think that the market is trying to buffer up that sector, knowing that there's potential downwards momentum happening in the market ahead. So think about anytime we have major market corrections after like an FOMC rate hike or something like that, right? You always see them, at least within the 2 weeks beforehand, they price in those moves. I think this is a buffer. I think they're buffering out tech stocks to knowing that the overall the market's going to start moving downwards, and so they're protecting their assets in advance from dropping too heavily. You don't have to necessarily agree with me, but how do you bolster a stock, or a sector? You drive money into it, and it's not just your money that drives the price up. Then you get FOMO buyers who start trying to chase in behind. and jumping in on top of it. So I think that's a little bit of what you're seeing right now. Is you're seeing a bolstering of a sector before the whole market's going to come down. It's going to have like this massive correction, and they're trying to protect that specific sector. Um, Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Why do I think I struggled this morning with price predictions, and a little bit because um, right now we have things like the VIX are down 6.34% right now, and then you can also take a look at things like the U.S. dollar. U.S. dollar right now is up 0.25. It's still heading up. That market should be moving down when that's happening. So where is this money coming from? Like, why is the SPY suddenly moving up? Right now it's up 0.48%, but it is moving down a little bit. It is starting to recover from the initial market open down move. Why would the market be moving up? Well, we saw cryptocurrencies as a whole drop somewhere between 3 and 4% yesterday. Maybe the money's coming from crypto to help bolster the market or specific sectors of the market, and that's where the money's coming from. Possibly. If you go over and you take a look at if you take a look at like Bitcoin right now, it's running at 26.3K a coin, which is a very obvious downtrend in where price moved to. And you can see I've got the breakout coming within just the next 2 days. We're about 2 to 3 days out from seeing a potential drop in a head and shoulder pattern on crypto, on Bitcoin specifically. And the retest is going to be on the bottom side of this level of support right here. And if it breaks through this, which I fully expect it to, if it breaks through this ascending broadening wedge, it'll likely come back down and retest 19.4K a coin. That's a big move. Why would cryptocurrencies suddenly see a huge drop in price? Maybe institutions are pulling out because they need to hold some kind of additional equity from those markets that they're in for collateral. It's a possibility. Because they certainly can't use it as collateral any longer. Crypto's been kind of listed as a non-available collateral holding position, so they got to pull it. And so if crypto gets this big huge rug pull over this weekend, maybe we see the markets go down starting next week. I thought it was going to be this week. Maybe it's next week. Maybe we find out. Maybe we don't find out about debt ceiling being raised until next week. I'll tell you what, though, the bolstering of this sector tells me that I think they have some inside news as to which way this debt ceiling is going to go here. I personally think that the debt ceiling is going to be either raised or removed, one of the two. I'm not sure which. And if that happens, I do think that the market's going to come down one way or the other. If we default, the market comes down. If we don't default and they raise the debt limit or get rid of it, I still think the market comes down. So we'll have to see. Did I say something other than ascending broadening wedge? I don't know. Maybe I did. That's what I meant to say. If I didn't say ascending broadening wedge, then I apologize. I misspoke. Did Hycroft get the reverse split approval yesterday? I have no clue. I have not been looking into it. Citadel tweeting away. Independent studies estimates that updates to Rule 605 would show wholesalers provide retail investors with over $15 billion in price improvement a year. It's 8:46. I got about 15 minutes left here before we take a look at the numbers. Looks like I probably should have gone with my my first prediction or my second prediction this morning. Oh well, I made up my choice, and it is what it is. By the way, Eric texted me at Market Open and told me he wanted to change his from 513 to 813 to 5 to 8. So our price predictions tally for the day today. Remember, this is not financial advice. I've got 512 to 812. Eric has 5 to 8. Apex has 516 to 816. And Einstein has 505 to 805. There is a 12-cent gap between us, which I think may be a penny higher than what it was yesterday, I think. Man, I really should have gone with my... I don't know. As of right now, I'm starting to feel like I really should have gone with the numbers that I had changed to just before market open. Oh well. Can't be right. You can't be that that good every day, I guess. Really, let me take a look at the VIX again here. What's going on with this VIX? Okay, yeah. See, the VIX is starting to improve now. So it was down 6%. Now it's down 3.74. It's starting to head back the other direction here. This volatility is all over the place. Are we generating more volume this morning on AMC? I was kind of feeling like in the pre-market we were getting signals for additional volume for the day to day on AMC. Although I'm looking at the numbers right now and I don't necessarily feel like I'm seeing numbers that indicate that just yet. So maybe we'll see end of the day volume. As it stands right now, Ape is down 1.23% at $1.60, which is where I'm expecting it to close for the day. And then AMC is down 0.82% at 4.84. 4.83 was our low for the day so far, but our lowest that we saw was yesterday was 480, I believe. Let me go back and see. Yeah, it was 480. I think we need to get the lawsuit out of the way, Jordan. Once the lawsuit's out of the way, and we got just a little over a month away for that to happen, I think, then I think we're going to be. I think that's the kind of good news that we're going to need to see in order to drive price back up again here. And I'm not saying that it can't break 5 before then. I'm just saying that I think we need, in order for us to start seeing newer highs, I think we're going to have to get that lawsuit out of the way. Darren says Citadel likes blowing their own trumpet. Mayo wants the Treasury Secretary's job. Of course he does. It's gonna afford him the ability to be able to have a write-off on everything that he's made, and he won't take any losses on anything. I can imagine. Bollinger Bands are getting pretty tight here. We've been crawling down the bottom side of this Bollinger Band, which usually means price is going to rebound back up and reach back up to about the simple moving average, which is the red line that you see going down the middle of the Bollinger Bands right here. So and we've printed a TD9, which means that it may start to see that reversal starting to occur. Whether or not it breaks through the simple moving average as it's rising up, we may see it rise back up to about meet the simple moving average around 488-ish as it rises. But this is the standard morning push down. Most stocks are red right now. The only two that I have up on the left-hand side of my page over here is NCMI and Hood, and Tesla. Tesla just went green, 0.02. It's barely. It's switching back and forth here. In regards to news for the day today, we have at 8:30 this morning GDP numbers rolled in. The GDP rose from 1.1 to 1.3. I don't know if that's necessarily seen as a good thing or a bad thing, but it is up an uptrend on the GDP. And then also initial jobless claims are not as high as they thought that they were going to be. The projection was 225 on the last reporting to move up to 245, and it only moved up to 229. So not a whole lot, not as many lost jobs as suspected, and the GDP is rising. And then we've got pending home sales in about 8 minutes from now. Those were down 5.2%. They're expected to rise to 0.8. We'll see what data we get in on that. Let me just take a look at the GDP numbers here that were reported. See if it'll link me to it. Maybe. And where's my internet? Come on, internet. First quarter GDP ratcheted up to 1.3 from 1.1. U.S. economy loses some steam. The U.S. grew at a somewhat faster but still tepid 1.3% annual pace in the first quarter, updated figures show, as high inflation and rising interest rates weighed on the economy. Initially, the government said gross domestic product had expanded at a 1.1% rate. GDP is the official scorecard of sorts for the U.S. economy. Adjusted pre-tax corporate profits, meanwhile, fell a sharp 5.1% in the first quarter and declined for the third quarter in a row. The last time this happened was in 2015. Most of the growth in the first quarter was spearheaded by consumer spending, the main engine of the economy. Outlays rose at a strong 3.8% clip versus an initial 3.7 reading. I don't know what that is. Forgive me. The chief source of GDP was upward revision in inventories. The growth in inventories or unsold goods shrank by a revised 129.6 billion. Whoa. They just skipped. There we go. Shrank by a revised 129.6 billion instead of an originally reported 138 billion. That's still the lowest increase in 2 years, however. What dragged GDP first quarter was a decline in business investment, especially in housing and goods-producing sectors whose sales have been depressed by higher interest rates. Americans have shifted more of their spending towards services such as travel, recreation, and are buying relatively fewer goods like appliances and furniture. The decline in business stems in part from the shift in consumer spending. Higher material prices and worries about recession have also played a role. Inflation rose at an annual 4.2% pace in the first quarter compared to a 3.7% increase in the 2022 fourth quarter. That's awesome. More inflation. Most other figures in the report were little changed. GDP is updated twice a year after the initial results are published to incorporate new information not immediately available. One more update is due next month. Weird. I'm buffering pretty hard here, guys, just to let you know. U.S. jobless claims fall back to 229,000 after fraudulent filings are erased. The number of Americans who applied for unemployment benefits before Memorial Day weekend totaled just 229,000 after Massachusetts took dramatic steps to weed out a massive increase in fraud. New jobless claims in the 7 days ending May 20 rose by 4,000 from 225,000 in a prior week. The Labor Department said Thursday the figures are seasonally adjusted. Yet U.S. jobless claims for the first 2 weeks of May were slashed after Massachusetts amended its prior reports. Jobless claims show little or no sign of rising layoffs. New jobless claims have risen from less 200,000 in January, a historically low number, but hardly budged in the past few months. That's a sign that the labor market is still quite sturdy. 26 of the 50. Remember, Jerome Powell mentioned that he wanted to see that the effects of raising the interest rates was going to have on jobs. Some jobs would be lost, so they're still not seeing the jobless numbers that I would imagine that they're probably expecting to see yet. 26 of the 53 U.S. states and territories that reported jobless claims showed a decrease in the week ending May 15th. 27 posted an increase. In Massachusetts, actual jobless claims fell to 1,140 from a revised 3,830 in the prior week. After the state revised its new U.S. employment filings in the first 2 weeks of May were far lower than initially reported. New U.S. jobless claims were revised down to a 10-week low of 225,000 in the week of May 13 from an original 242,000. All right. And like I said, we'll get pending home sales here soon. Right after I'm done getting the numbers, maybe. Win Starlink. Yeah, well, I didn't even go back up into my attic and check what I said I was going to go check, which I still need to do. Yeah, Glenn says Cat 6 cable. Yeah, I didn't check, and I should have. I need to do it. Let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll start taking a look at numbers. Although I'm kind of worried that going through the numbers is going to cause me to get shut down here because I'll have to start refreshing screens. That takes up bandwidth, and it's going to probably shut me down. It's really weird. I'm actually getting really, the bandwidth doesn't seem bad. Oh, I'm dropping a lot of packets right now. Let me check something real quick here. I wonder if switching to the 5G is going to help. Normally I get less drop packets on the 4G. Maybe, should I try this? I feel like if I switch over, I'm going to lose you guys though. You know what? Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check something real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go check my internet box, make sure that everything's not blocking its path or anything, because that kind of seems like sometimes it might be the case. I'll be right back. Give me about 2 minutes. As I walked away, I realized I was like, I think I said internet box. I should have said Wi-Fi router. I don't know. I don't know why I said internet box. You know, that confangled device where internet comes out of. Let's see here. Let's see. I think I may have gotten a little bit better. All right. Apex, take care, man. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to use a secondary device to be able to access or receive the code to get into your account, not a bad idea to set that up. because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary. Also, please take pictures of your portfolio. Save it someplace. Pictures or video footage of your portfolio. Save it someplace for your own personal records. Don't let your broker be the ultimate say in what it is that you're holding, and make sure you have proof. All right. Starting in the top left-hand corner. Everybody got a price prediction tally from yesterday. Our price predictions for the day today, and I think I really wish I would have gone with my other numbers. I've got 512 to 812. Eric has 5 to 8. Apex has 516 to 816, and Einstein has 505 to 805. Those are our numbers for the day today. There's a 12-cent spread between the low and the high, and that is not meant as financial advice. Short exempt volume. Let's see. On AMC, we were at 171.1 thousand shares. Ape was at 29.2. Utilization is at 100%. We are on day number 92 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Ape had 55.22% utilization, which is slightly down. AMC was down 2.98%. Ape was up 1.25 yesterday. Max Pain did decrease by 50 cents to $5 from $5.50. Let's take a look at this off-exchange data here for the day. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange and somewhere between 10 and 11 on EDGX. On AMC, it's at 48.96 and 11.06 for a grand total 60%, 60.02%. That is 6.02% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 216 shares, so nothing going on unusual there. Taking a look at Ape, 51.16% of our volume going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 8.8. The grand total is 59.96, or 5.96 percent higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0 shares. On GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 0.12 with a 30-day average of 0.17, so nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Earlier this morning, it was at 139.138 million. It is now 139.151 million, slightly increasing some more. Let's see here. That puts us at 26.8% institutional ownership of stocks. And on options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, let me guess, $5. Yes, it is. It is $5. That's what it was yesterday at the end of the day. There's 3.8 thousand contracts at $5 currently, but a very strong runner-up is a $5.50 strike. Highest amount of volume for puts is also at a $5 strike with 1.5 thousand contracts. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 3.5 thousand contracts, so the puts are a little bit on the low side there, but market is suggesting a $5 close by the end of the day today. Taking a look at... oh man, you know what? I forgot. I keep forgetting Funky Pizza Kitchen's music. Let me put that on for you guys. I gotta take it off on my end, so because I can't do the numbers and listen to that at the same time because it's just too good. But let me take you guys over the other page here, and we'll take a look at the rest of the numbers here after I drag some screens around. The only kind of drag I like is when I do my screens. I'm just teasing, guys. I'm teasing. Don't be sensitive. Don't be sensitive. It's supposed to be funny. Let's see here. Man, I so wish I had gone with my numbers. All right, so earlier this morning I was kind of projecting. See if I can rewind enough here in the chart to show you. There it is right there. earlier this morning I was showing you an example of something that had happened from the past, but I kind of manipulated the numbers in a way that I don't like to do normally. And I was suggesting to you guys that we may be seeing price dropping down around market open, or thereabouts, and it looks like it's a little bit faster than I was anticipating. But there's that drop right there. We got it. We got that drop. So imagine there might be a little bit of consolidation up, and then probably leading to. So if I line up these lines right here, you can see that the time changing on some of these things. These three peaks right here match up with these three peaks, followed by your little spike right here, followed by the down momentum leading into a couple different V's and price movement in here, followed by the next downwards amount. And you can see that the time has shifted here a little bit, but this is probably where we're going to be ending up. I think the end of this arrow here is at the end of price movement. 639 is where this is kind of predicting. So we're gonna be touching that 635, I'm pretty sure, throughout the day here. But I do think that we're following a very similar pattern. I'll just kind of leave this like this for now, and we'll come back to it and take a look at it again, see how it's kind of performing in regards to like whether or not price is doing something similar. Let's take a look at Vortex's data. So far for the day today, there's 919,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 20.95%. Some of you guys are going like, what the hell happened? We have I thought we had 25% short interest. I'll talk about it here in just a second, but we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I said we would be seeing this today, as their exchange reported short interest came in yesterday, and there's a big correction on the numbers. But cost to borrow mins at 58.99, averages 62.45, and maxes at 67.61%. Again, the short share interest of the free float's at 20.95%. Anything over 20 is usually seen as a very high amount. Utilization, there's your 92 straight trading days since this last little blurb down here for just a fraction of a second a day. Zoom in a little bit here and take a look at the on loan amount. On loan amount day over day increased by 1.42 million shares, from 170.1 million shares to 172.52. But here's where the short share interest of the free float drops 5%, or a little bit less than 5%, 4 point something. The exchange reported short interest was a big drop from the last amount that was reported at 134.01 million shares. The new amount that got reported was 105.9 million shares. So big drop there from those numbers that were previously reported. And of course you can see that the live short interest that's being estimated right now is at 108, which is still higher than what this is. And we have seen more shares going on loan since that big drop. You can see the on loan amount dipping. And you see that it's been going back up, so it is very likely very close to being accurate here. But that's why our estimated short share interest of the free float dropped so much, and the percentage that it dropped by was pretty significant. It took us from 25.15 down to 20.89. Because of that percentage amount, they're basically saying that they were off by about 22.1 million shares in short interest in their estimates along the way. So they had to make that correction for that big dip in numbers, and that's why you see this estimated short share interest of the free float dropping drastically. Now we knew there was a lot of shares being returned, right? We were at about 200.96 million shares on loan as of April 11th, and we watched it drop to a low of about 160.46 million shares. So that's about a 40 million share drop. So of that 40 million share drop, only well, let's see, short interest back here was right around 137. Now it's being reported at 105. So about, we'll call it about 32 million of that short interest was in of that 40 was in short interest. The security lending volume day over day, or actually, let me go back before I do that. The on loan average age per day, due to the fact that there's some more shares that were borrowed yesterday, rose slightly, but it's hardly noticeable on the chart here. It went from 98.51 days to 98.57. Security lending volume falling a little bit day over day from 12.57 million to 8.71 million. A lot of people are going to be asking questions like, is this a bad thing? Closing of short interest is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, it's bullish. We've seen this happen in the past before. Big numbers like this dropping off right before runs. If you go back to the June run-up, which is seen right here, you can see a pretty drastic drop in short interest just prior to that, where it went from 93.89 million in reported short interest to 87.55, which is not nearly as much as what we just saw drop, but it is still a significant amount. Also leading into the January run as well, short interest dropped from 44.67 million shares down to 29.49. So when short interest closes, price usually does rise. So don't look at that as like a negative thing specifically, because it's not exactly all, it's not a terrible thing. That's what we want to see have happen. We want to see shorts exiting their positions. That's desirable. Ultimately, you want to have the most short interest as possible trapped in a situation where margin calls roll in, but it's not a bad thing to see short interest. What you don't want to see have happen is short interest falling and no more loaning of shares. That would be bad, because that means they're just returning and they're not feeling any pressure to continue to short. So that would be really, really bad, and we haven't seen that. If you ever get a chance to take a look at a stock that's failed in the past, that's exactly what happens. They close out their positions and they never loan anything else again. It's like they know they've got it won, the game's won, they don't have to do anything, they're done. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day-to-day, 2,000 shares haven't been borrowed. I'm not even going to write it down because it's not worth mentioning, but 2,000 shares were borrowed at 8.27% rate. Short share interest of the free float's at 5.36%. Utilization, let me zoom in on this just a tad. Day over day slightly decreasing from 55.3% to 55.22%. On loan amount decreased by 220,000 shares from 18.64 million to 18.42. The estimated short share interest of the free float decreased as a result from 5.52 down to 5.36. On loan average age per day starting to dip, and it went from 97.03 to 95.44. And security lending volume day over day did increase from 475,000 shares to 1.58 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME, I don't think have large volume today, so probably not on this list. We're not. That's okay. Price is moving down. We don't want to be on that list. SSR trips today at $4.39. Ape at 1.458. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they have returned most of the shares that they borrowed earlier this morning. Have they borrowed any more? Yes, they did. Another 200,000 there. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen approximately 1.3 million shares borrowed so far. That's about 150,000 shares less than what was borrowed yesterday. Fees have continued to drop again from 44.5% to 41.3%. We have 101.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 4.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 55.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. There is a very large disparity here, and I feel like the market's going to want to see price moving up a little bit due to there being so many in the money puts right now. Usually this is a little bit more well balanced, and it's not. It's not very well balanced right now. I said markets. I meant institutional investors. I think they want to see a balancing of those numbers. Nasdaq is up 1.17. Dow Jones is down 0.2, and S&P 500 is up 0.51. We have 3,968 decliners to 2,220 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing. Strange numbers right now. In regards to banks, we got FRC is down. Well, let me refresh this real quick. FRC is down nothing. Let me see what's going on here. Big movers. Silvergate down 8.25. PacWest down 4.45. Coinbase is down 3.41. Charles Schwab is up 3.11. And those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently down 0.49, retesting that bottom finally, getting really close to the time for a breakout here. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently up 0.25. Oil is down 4.47. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.2, anywhere from 0.19 to 0.2, and the SPY is up 0.47. VIX is down 3.99. Didn't even quite make it up to the line. I thought for sure we would be testing this level of resistance. Haven't even gotten there yet. VBR is down 0.3. VB is down 0.33. Tesla is down 0.73. Amazon is down 1.93. Cinemark is down 2.68. Doge is down 0.47. Bitcoin is down 0.06 at 26.3K a coin. GME is down 2.36, HYMC is down 2.28, NCMI is up 4.8, Robinhood is up 0.23, AMC is down 1.54, and AMC is down 2.87. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's about 3, 4, 5, we'll just call it $550,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.93 million shares traded so far for the day today is not very much volume compared to what I thought we might be seeing. I'm pretty sure, well, let's just look at the numbers. After 50 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 22.85 million shares, and I was kind of thinking we might hit about like 21 million shares for the day today, and based off the fact that this usually drops throughout the day, that's not really sounding like that's going to be the case any longer. But it is still within the 10 to 30 million that I suggested, since I did raise those numbers just slightly, because I did think we would see some elevated volume today. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 26.8, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 3 hours. RSI is at 28.73, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.57, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 16.51, which is signaling oversold. Taking a look at Ape. Inflow versus outflow. There's about $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 905,000 shares traded so far for the day today. Super low volume. Let's see here. After 51 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for 6.92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is pretty low volume. On a 4-hour, I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 1 and 20. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.85, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.49, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.67, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.25, which is below average. It does appear that there might be some news here. Let me see what it is. It's about the Chapter 11 bankruptcy for Cineworld. Cinnabon. Let's take a look at Ichimoto on the 1-hour chart. On the 1-hour chart, lagging line is below price line. Conversion and base are right on top of each other, and price needs to start moving back up above a red cloud here, which is going to be around $1.62. We are starting to move into that thinner portion of price movement. I'm kind of expecting to see it close around 160 for the day today, which kind of moves us up into the aftermarket hours and leading into a good breakthrough of the cloud for tomorrow. On this chart here, buying pressure kicks in at about $1.63. On a 4-hour chart, it kicks in at about $1.65. That's when the lagging line would make it above price line. Conversion would be above base, and conversion of base, you would start to see conversion rising above base, which is currently lower than. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart here, we've got lagging line below price line. Conversion below base, price is at $4.73. I should have gone with my other numbers. Man, I saw it, and I didn't grab it. Grab it, Casey, grab it. Man. All right. Our next level of support, let me see where it's going to be at. We're right at it right now, 472. 472, 473 is next level of support. Below that's going to be, it looks like it could be around 446. This does mean that there's been some paper hands along the way. Doesn't necessarily have to be retail. It could be institutional. But we are at $4.72 currently. With conversion and being below base and lagging line below price line, we are moving away from the red cloud, which is where we should have been seeing price moving upwards and not downwards. So it very likely could mean that we'd be looking into a cross of this red cloud in the futures. But we definitely resisted upwards momentum off of this descending level of resistance here. And I think overall we're seeing the whole market kind of go red right now. So the tech sector protection kicking in. They did it for a reason. The big buying pressure for the day today on AMC would be at around $5.09. We're a bit off from that right now. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and like I said before, we've got big thick clouds up here. We would not be breaking into some buying pressure until we hit 554, which we're way off from at this point in time. But I do think that there's going to be some consolidation at some point down here, whether it's here at 473 or maybe it's a little bit lower. We should see another test of this resistance line that we should be able to break through and then start heading up and going into next week. And for those, I haven't gone back over to the page yet to see what you guys are writing, but for those of you who are saying, why are we going down in price? Because the whole market's looking like crap right now. It's not just us. And we will continue to go down with the market until those margin calls start getting called. Let's put it right about there. Alrighty. Turtle, from what I've understood, as far as that writer strike goes, it could take up to a year or two before that would even impact the movie theaters. Do you know why the S&P is up and not down, Italian Tomato? Because one sector got protected, and that one sector, ETFs drive the whole market, man. So if an ETF, if one sector goes up and an ETF shows some positive move, does that mean that the market's up? No, not at all. If you take a look at it, From objectively, if you take a look at it, we've got 3,968 decliners in this market. No, strike that. Strike that. 4,136 decliners in this market to 2,081 advancers. You can't sit here and tell me this market's up. There's no way you can sit here and tell me this market's up and just because you're looking at the S&P. Go take a walk, because you're looking at things wrong. Yeah, the S&P is an ETF. And yes, there are stocks that are absolutely being supported right now in the market, and it's all tech sector. But it's not, this market is not running happy right now. Well, it's more than the S&P. The Nasdaq's up, tech sector's up, but it doesn't mean that everything's up though. Donna says, on a positive note, let's look forward to how we can change the world after MOASS. Yep, I'm not going to let it affect my outcome. I know what it is that I hold. What's crazy to me though is that people nowadays are flipping out over a 3% daily drop. It's like, really? It's not 3%. It's not really that. It's not that crazy. We've seen days where we've had like, I don't know, like 15 to 18% drops in single days. Like, I can understand why people would be freaking out over that. But when you see like a 3% drop in a single day, it's not that bad. It could be way worse. But you know what it reminds me a lot of? In poker, there's always those guys at the table that only like to remember their wins. They never like to remember their losses, right? But when they're on a losing streak, they love to complain. I never get any good cards. Yeah, but wait till they get a winning day. When they get a winning day, it's like, oh man, it's the best day ever. That's all I can ever talk about. Yeah, you got to remember to stay even keeled throughout this whole thing. You can't let these kind of moves rattle you. It's not something you should be looking at and going like, oh my gosh, you know, this is really nothing. Christos, you have had lots of opportunity to drive your average down. I don't know what to tell you. If you haven't decided to take advantage of dropping it, or maybe you haven't had the ability to be able to drop your average down, then that's you know, it is what it is. But you know, you haven't lost until you sell. So even though your average may be $50, you haven't lost anything yet. Not unless you sell it. But I know that there was a lot. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. A lot of people wish they had some money left to be able to throw at it too. It is what it is. You know, you got in at the wrong time. But you know, you sit here and you watch it, and or you don't. Inherently, over time, the market typically goes up, and over time, I think you're going to be getting your money back. But time has to be on your side. And if you don't make this about time being on your side, then that's a problem that you're gonna have. Glenn says sell a kidney. Not financial advice. It doesn't hurt though, Christos. It doesn't hurt. It only hurts because you make it hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, it hurts you because you're looking at it and you're saying, oh my gosh, I see red. Right? But does it really hurt you? No. Not until you sell. So it's not really hurting you, it's just because you're allowing it to hurt you. And trust me, Christos, I know I'm making it sound way easier than it actually is, because I've been there. When I was in at $14 a share and the price dropped down to $5, I lost 2/3 of my money. And you're looking at losses that are much heavier than that. And I remember what it feels like to have seen 2/3 of the money just disappear. It was rough. But I held. And I held through the $72. And I'm not worried. You gotta stay emotionless in this kind of stuff. You know, don't let those emotions get to you. Yukon, I bought some shares pretty high too. I remember there were times where I was averaging down and there were times where I was averaging up. Why? I have no idea. But I did. You know? It happens. But I always like to think of it in terms of like every single share that I have more is that one extra share that's going to be that extra money to pay off some percentage of interest that I'm going to owe, or not interest, percentage of tax that I'm going to owe. So every single share, you know, I view it more in the terms of like every single share in ownership that I have is that one more share that's going to give me that additional amount of money. You know, when you see large percentage increases on your investment of thousands of percent, one share makes a big difference. Roseanne says, I got a good idea. Stand in the corner with a sign that says, I need money for AMC. It will do two things, AMC awareness and money for the stock. If you live in some place like New York, just go stand in the subway and say, AMC to the moon. Put a sign out that says AMC to the moon, and then a guitar case, an open guitar case. See what happens. You never know. Casey told me to go panhandle. It was illegal and I'm in jail now. Don't do that. Dynamite says no to New York City subway. I said subway. What do they call it in New York City? I grew up in Virginia, Dynamite, so in Virginia it was called the subway. I don't know what they call it in New York. Is it called something different? I have no idea what it's called. Oh, I did not know the background music was still playing. Hold on a second. Huh. How did that happen? My bad. It's almost done. It's got like a minute left. Let's just let it play out. I completely forgot about it. I have to turn it off because I can't do the numbers and listen to it at the same. I can't even talk and listen to it at the same time. It interrupts my thought process. Oh, there it is. It's over. Now I can think again. It's so funny. I mean, it totally shuts my brain down. I am not able to function at all while there's music playing in the background. I've tried to study before. Like they say, studying with music is playing in the background is a good thing. It absolutely there is no way for me to study and or read something. Uh, my brain cannot process anything that I'm trying to intake other than the fact that there's background music. I think part of the reason why I've liked to work night shifts most of my entire life was because of the fact that it's a reduction in sound. The drone sound of just people working throughout the day is enough to make me, just not be able to function very well. So it's way better at nighttime. Hence the reason why I like night shopping. You don't have to deal with the hubbub of people. You can think. It is called the subway, Roseanne? Huh. I had no idea. I thought they called it the transit system or for some reason I thought there was a different name for the subway in New York. Turtle, most of it is all money based off of money. Somebody's making it. Somebody's going to reap the benefits of somebody that person making it. So if the government's going to reap the benefits from institutions who are making money in the market, then they're going to allow it to happen. Why? Because they get kickbacks. Yep, because money. That's exactly right. Where there's loose money, the government is sure to be chasing right behind with its hand out. I've been to a lot of third world countries in my lifetime, and sometimes the government reminds me, and it doesn't matter which country you go to. In almost any third world country, there's always children who are trying to sell you something for maybe it's gum, maybe it's bracelets, maybe it's uh, who knows, something small and cheap, and they're trying to sell it to you at a much higher price. And it's kind of like one of those little, like almost like a tourist trap kind of thing, where it's like right when you step off of a ship or an airplane or someplace, it's always there. Our government reminds me of that. everywhere everywhere we go, they got their hand out. They got their hand trying to take a little bit of whatever it is that we're getting. And they're just always tagging along, trying to scrape some money off of what it is that we're earning. And I feel bad for the kids. I don't feel bad for our government. That's the only difference. I don't feel bad at all for our government. Ha, Kutch. Roseanne says, I believe the transit system is all of the systems used in New York: buses, subways, trains, etc. Okay. I don't know. For some reason or another, I thought there was a different name. Nana says, El Doge, always happy to see you drop in 100. And do you remember the days, Nana, where you were timing them out and blocking them? That was funny. Yeah, I hear you, Turtle. It is a mind game. It's a complete mind game. Ariel says, in my opinion, the debt crisis is just a cover for the much larger economic issues, market collapse around the corner. I think to some extent you're right. But the problem, though, Yale, that I think that a lot of us are forgetting about is they can print their way out of this. And I mean, very similarly to how they did in 2008. Just raise the debt ceiling, print more money, and kick the can down the road. Only this time the question is do they, um, do they create something like a CBDC where, now funds are going to be tracked and where they're all going and all that kind of stuff? It wasn't you? I thought that was you, Nana. It's called the MTA. That's not what I've heard before. I feel like I've heard it called something else before. I don't remember what I Matt. Some people say train. It says here that they call them trains, but I feel like there was a movie that was redone, and I feel like they called it something in the movie, and I can't think of what it was called, but it was basically like it was a New York City subway train where they were doing a heist on some of the money that was in one of the cars or something like that. And I don't remember who was in the movie at all. In fact, I don't even think I see it. I don't even think I saw it. Army Bro said it was with John Travolta. Yeah, but didn't they redo it though? And then I want to say it was like, gosh, who was it? It was, I just can't remember. That's it. I think that's the name of it. Pelham 123 or something like that. Yeah, yeah, that's it. But then but wasn't the name of the subway system? Didn't they call the trains something specifically though? I felt like there was like a name that they called them. Round Belly Casey says, "Wife noticed I need a new flip flops. Do you have an affiliate link?" I'm not sure if I should take you seriously or not. So here's the problem, Round Belly Casey, is that I would never advise somebody to go buy a pair of the rainbows without trying them on first. They're going to last you for a very, very long time. You do not want to get a pair that doesn't fit. You're serious? It's just rainbow sandals. So you can just look that up. There are stores that sell them. I think maybe, shoot, I can't remember. It might be Dick's. No, no, I'm not trying to be funny. I think Dick's sells them. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Dick's Sporting Goods. It looks like you can go there. So if you have a Dick's Sporting Goods or maybe a Nordstrom's, it looks like maybe Nordstrom's might sell it too. If you can go to either one of those two places and try on a pair, just to see what size is going to fit you the best. Dicks and rainbows. Yeah, I know. I knew that was gonna be what was gonna be said as soon as I said it. I was trying so hard to not say the name of the store. I was like, that sports store that. But yeah, they um would try them on first before picking up a pair. Frank Lehman, I'm not even going to answer that. Uh, you know what's really crazy? 12 Anomic says, does the debt threat affect the market? You know what's crazy? It affects it either way. If they raise the debt ceiling, I'm pretty sure the market would probably not react very fairly or not respond fairly to a debt raise. If they don't raise it and we default, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be affected poorly as well. So I think either way, I think even with it being raised or not being raised, I think the market still goes down one way or the other. So yes, the debt threat, um, one way or the other, does impact the market. Yes. Robert says, I literally watched Pelham 123 last night. Travolta is a stockbroker who shorted the market before the heist. Denzel is in really good movies. Oh, is Denzel Washington? I couldn't remember who it was. That's the newer one, but there's an older version of that movie too, isn't there? I'm pretty sure there is. Yeah. No kidding, 12 Anomic. No kidding. Go back to 2000. Look, here, let me show you something real fast. Because I got about like 10 minutes in it. Oh, wait, by the way, guys, I ran the numbers this morning on the next Fed rate hike, which is in 20 days, 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 8 seconds from now. We're back up to 36.6% chance at another 25 basis points. Just throwing that out there real quick. But let me pull this up real quick here so you can see this 12 anomic. This is going to blow your mind. Let's go to let's do this one. I think Treasury Department.gov. This should be probably, yeah, I think you could probably trust when I pull up hometreasury.gov that it'll be, oh, son of a gun. Is it not going to show me? Oh, nuts. I didn't pull up the right page. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can find this. What I would do if you ever decide to pull this up is save it. Because if you can't, then you're going to have to do something stupid like I'm doing right now. I'm pulling it up on Wikipedia or some crap like that. But take a look at when the debt ceiling was raised, and there was two specific times in 2008 where the debt was raised, the debt ceiling. I believe the first time was in, I think it was in June of 2008, and then again in October 3rd. I can remember the other one. The other date I remember off the top of my head, it was October 3rd that they raised it the second time. And literally, the day that they raised the debt ceiling at 700 billion, it was 800 billion the first time, 700 billion the next time, and when they raised it, the market went down. Well, the second time, when they raised it the second time, the market went crashing down immediately the day after. So it wasn't even like it was. It seemed pretty obvious. Uh, but here we go. I'm just pulling it up on Wiki because it's easier for me right now. But normally I would pull this up someplace reliable. But this is hopefully this is being cited here. Let's see, number 36. 36. Where is it at? 36 is cited from the federal debt at the end of the year 1940 to 2016 historical table, office management, and budget. So it's cited. I'd pull up that website, but let's just take a look at it real quick here. The 2008 time frame. Here it is right here, June 5th. I don't know why I couldn't remember June 5th. June 5th is it's right before one of my son's birthdays. June 5th was the first time that it was raised. It was raised by that 800 billion that I said. And then October 3rd, 2008, it was raised by 700 billion. And literally, let me show you what happened. We'll go back to 2008 on the SPY and just take a look at that on the daily. The October 3rd was just like, what? Dang. Scroll back here just a tad bit to 2008. Right here. I know it just from the gap. There was such a gap down the day after in the SPY that it was ridiculous. Like the SPY opened up on the 3rd at 89.30. The very next day it closed at 82.86. There was a pretty big gap down, and if you look at the historical on where the market was moving to, that was by far stood out more than any other point in time where the market was running down during the 2008 debacle. That was definitely a key standout point, that October 3rd one. The June 5th time frame, on the other hand, let's take a look at June 5th, was right about here, and not so much movement on June 5th. This is June 5th right here. It did take a bit of a downturn after the June 5th raise. Found some support at around 95-ish. It's kind of traded sideways for a little while, and then they decreased the debt that October 3rd, and then it really started tanking. So yeah, I don't think raising the debt ceiling is necessarily going to have a positive effect on the market. I just don't. And you don't have to agree with me. And I do think that there is scenarios that are possible. I feel like there is scenarios that are possible where we see a market recovery with a debt ceiling being raised. And mainly that would be a case where something like the CBDC kind of going into effect and basically printing their way out of this. Actually, it wouldn't really be a printing. It would be more of a it's not a printing their way out of it, but more or less extending how long this a market failure could take. Turtle, your birthday's on June 6th too? Holy crap, that's my son's birthday. I'm not going to be on that day, man. I won't be able to toast you, but I'm writing your birthday down right now. Turtle 4614. I'm not going to be doing actually, no, I will be live streaming that day. Never mind, I take that back. He doesn't come until the 9th. I will be live streaming that day. DJ, it's good to hear you too. Welcome. It's 9:56, guys. We got about 4 more minutes before we take a look at the 10 o'clock data. Howie Frog, good morning to you. Let's take a look at the VIX real quick here. Showing down 4.49%. Yep, he's a D-Day baby. Not wrong. Buzzman, you're gonna have to give me a little bit more time. You're gonna have to wait a little while. You're telling me over a month in advance. It won't make it that long. My board won't hold names that long, I don't think. So you'll have to hold off on telling me again. I wish I could say that I have a memory that's like a trap that remembers everything, but I just don't. Nana Ape says MOASS on June 9th. Yeah, I'm going to be taking off. Let me tell you what dates I'm going to be taking off now. I'm definitely taking off the 9th and the 12th. Actually, I'm going to be taking off the whole week of the 12th through the 16th. So I will be. You guys will not see me. Maybe I'll drop you guys some. What do they call those? There's like live streams or whatever they're called. The live streams that you can do while you're like just out and about or whatever. I forget what they're called that you can do on your phone. Like Lou streams. I don't know what those things are called. The quickies, whatever those are. Maybe I'll do some of those while I'm out on the beach or something like that. But I will be going to the beach. We're going to do a beach weekend, and then my son's coming back into town from being in the military. And we'll be celebrating his 21st birthday. So I'm going to be taking off the 9th through the 16th. I'm just going to be gone. Loop stream. I don't know what those things are called. They're like little shorts. I think that's what they call them. They call them shorts. No, I don't talk to ducks. I talk to sharks. I'm gonna go out in the water and I'll talk to sharks. I'll take you out in the ocean and we'll talk to sharks or something. I'll be like, oh, look at this cute little shark over here. Hey, buddy. I'll try to reach down and feed him. Frank Lehman says, sweet, MOASS between 9 through 16. I will be taking some an iPad with me, and if I need to stream from the iPad, I can. I've done it before. I don't like to, but yeah. Ben says quickies at the beach. Nice. It was funny but scary. Last year when we went to the beaches, I was out there in the water with the kids. We were doing some boogie boarding and stuff like that, and all of a sudden we saw some fish kind of jumping out of the water really fast. And I always carry a knife with me in the water always. It's a habit. And so I my kids see me break out my knife, and I've suddenly got my knife out and ready to go. And Hunter just like the fish started jumping out of the water coming at him, and he just like starts like I've never seen him swim and stir up the water so much. And fish were hitting me in the legs, and I'm pretty sure a shark swam by. I couldn't quite make it out. The Gulf Coast waters are pretty murky, and we were about waist deep, so it's hard to see. But I'm pretty sure we had a medium-sized shark kind of swimming between us, chasing after the fish there, and it was really funny. But I've never seen him panic before. He's usually really a calm kid, and I told him afterwards. I said, like, look, you can't do that. When the sharks are swimming around in the water, if you start stirring up the water like that and swimming like crazy, the shark's going to mistake you for a fish and go after you. I'm like, don't do that. Just stay still, stand there, let the fish swim by, and more than likely the shark's not going to go after you. He's not going to mistake you if you're just holding still there. But it was like kind of, I'm glad nothing happened, but it was just kind of one of those things where I was like, don't do that. Never do that again. You're gonna, because he was the only one that started moving quick, and yeah. If you guys are ever in that situation, don't do that. Don't swim like crazy. Don't start making a bunch of splashing. Just relax. I know it's so hard to do, but your paralysis is probably better off than panicking. Yeah, and Donna says, and don't forget the buddy system when diving. Yep. Oh man, Colorado's not that far away from the beach though, man. I mean, it's not like, I mean, you're gonna get coast, really. It's not really like beach, but there's, I mean, you can go places. It's not that far away. It's probably more, it's probably as far of a drive for me to get to the beach as it is for you. Let me just ask you, from Colorado, how long does it take you to get to the West Coast from where you're at in Colorado? I'm gonna guess it probably takes you about 8 hours. Is that about right? I bet it's probably less than that. Pro Chiller says when sharks are near, stab your buddy and swim away. No, I don't do cave diving. It's just that I always carry a knife in the water. I dive, but it's just always kind of been that way for me. It's not a bad idea. You never know when you're going to need a knife. It's a great tool. I don't see it as a weapon. I see it as a tool. And any Marine will tell you, and I'm not a Marine, but any Marine will tell you that everything is a weapon. It doesn't matter if it's a pen, it's a weapon. It doesn't matter. And I see a knife as a tool, and so I carry a knife with me wherever I go. And I think it's a great tool. Works in so many different situations. I don't have my knife on me right now. I normally have it on. If you guys ever hear clicking sounds that sound like this, or sort of like that, it's because it's more than likely because I got a knife that I'm just kind of fidgeting around with. Did he ever answer? Danny says I get nervous snorkeling by myself. I can't imagine diving by myself. Need a buddy. I always think about if I had a heart attack underwater. Not sure why my mind is that morbid. It's probably a lot of it has to do with there's some good fear in that in what it is that you're saying right there that to have. It's always best to do things in water, with somebody else. It's safer, but it sounds like Jaws traumatized Casey when he was a kid. No, no. My buddy lives in El Paso. He can drive to Colorado Springs faster than he can drive to Houston. Yeah, that's my point. Turtle, did you ever say how long it takes you to drive from Colorado to? Let me scroll back up. Maybe I just missed it. 7 to 8 is closest coast. Yeah, that's about right. All right, so I can get there a little bit faster than you, but not much. So, and I stay in the same state. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Donna. I'll tell you one thing I found very interesting. I've I've the clearest water that I've ever dove in before was off of Hanama Bay in Oahu, And I feel like the visibility the day that I went diving was probably 50 feet or more in any direction. And that to me was way more scary than diving where you have zero visibility. And the reason for that is that like because you're able to see so far, the idea that you could see an attack coming that far away would be that much scarier than just being hit with it like immediately and then just having to deal with it. So I was way more scared diving in clear water than I was diving in than I ever have been in murky water. It's kind of weird. I can't really explain why that is. It's 10:08, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Give me a second while I move the screens around. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I will not be able to see it. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. Actually, there was something else I wanted to. Oh yeah, music. Get the music on here for you guys. Okay, music's on. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. On AMC for the day this morning, let's see what we got going on here. 59% going through off exchange. That's really high. A lot of price suppression going on. 9.65%, however, though, through EDGX, which is a little bit low. The combined on that 68.65%, that is 8.65% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 0.12 with a 30-day average of 3.9. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is 41.99. And EDGX is 4.24. Also some low numbers. That's actually 13.77% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is at 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.17. Nothing unusual happening with that. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago on Ortex, I see that there was 919,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 875,000 shares. That's not really going to change too much. The estimated short-term interest of the free float at 20.95%. Cost Bromans at 58.99, average is 62.58, and max is 77.1%. Shares on loan day over day increased by 1.42 million shares. Ortex estimated that there was a reduction in short interest due to the new reports of short interest that was reported by 22.1 million shares. I know it's a lot. Shares on loan is still high though at 172.52 million shares, which means they're still continuing to make new short positions. Taking a look at Ape. $2,000 shares so far, having been borrowed so far for the day to day. That has not changed. It's those were borrowed at an 8.27% rate. It keeps that short-term interest of the free float at 5.36%, and shares on loan day over day decreased by 220,000 shares to 18.42 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call options is at a $5 strike. An hour ago there was 3.8 thousand contracts. There's now 6.8 in volume. And on puts, at a $5 strike, there was 1.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 3.2. Market still suggesting a closing price of $5 by the end of the day today, even though we're down a significant amount currently. And it's actually more than I would have anticipated. We have Current price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.27. It's actually getting a secondary little dip down here, and I don't even. I mean, these consolidation periods are not even holding up right now. So my guess is that the entire market's probably having a little bit of a problem. I might have to throw out everything on this page here and start re-looking at things and figuring out where we're going to be heading to. But the next level of support that I've got on my list here for this page is going to be around $5.95 besides the 622. So 622 is next level of support, and then after that it's going to be 595 combined. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME I do not expect to be on this page. They are not. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day is at $4.39. Ape at 1.458. Shares available to borrow is at 1 million shares. That is 100,000 shares less than what it was an hour ago. Fees are at 41.3%. And so far for the day, 1.4 million shares borrowed. It's really close to what it was yesterday. NASDAQ is up 1.66, Dow Jones is down 0.14, and the S&P 500 is up 0.85. We have 4,227 decliners to 2,013 advancers. The market's almost on fire here, not quite yet. It's getting there though. Banks, biggest movers. Let me just refresh this to make sure. Banks, biggest movers. We've got FRC is almost about ready to make the list here. Silvergate's down 8.25. PacWest down 4.65. Let's see here. Coinbase is down 2.72. Charles Schwab is up 3.56. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently down 0.44. The US dollar is up 0.28 rather, sorry. Looks like oil is currently down 5.39%. My guess is they're dipping into more oil strategic reserves. When you see oil driving down like this, usually you start seeing the market starting to turn around the other direction, which it looks like it's trying to do, but of course it's only a couple sectors that are maybe doing very well right now, mainly tech. Currently we have more selling pressure on the mortgage-backed security side. They're down anywhere from 0.24 to 0.25, and SPY up 0.84. VIX is down 4.49. VBR is down 0.6. VB is down 0.57. Tesla is up 1.05. Amazon is down 1.3. Cinemark is down 1.68. Doge is down 0.26. Bitcoin is up 0.24 at 26.3K a coin. GME is down 1.85, HYMC is down 4.84, NCMI is up 4.5, HUD is up 1.05, Ape is down 1.3, and AMC is down 4.61. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately, let's just call it $800,000. $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.91 million shares traded so far after, let's see what time we got here. 106 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 21.74 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's kind of the pace I was thinking about, 21 million by the end of the day. But this is, unless we see some volume towards the end of the day, this might actually break below that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.04 signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI, a double dip in RSI signaling oversold at 24.55. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.6, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.55, which is oversold. On Ape, we have $186,000 more outflow than inflow. That was an easy math one for me. 1.84 million shares traded so far after 107 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 6.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, We've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 46.53, which is slightly below average on a 1 hour time interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 47.24, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 47.96, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. We almost had a divergence within the last 15 or 20 minutes there with Vortex Indicator, but buying pressure started kicking in and supporting price where it's at 160. But RSI is at 49.58, which is pretty much even, dead even right now. What price did I say we were going to be dropping down to earlier in the pre-market, and then I gave up on it? Did I say 463? I can't remember what it was. I feel like it was 463 as a potential bottom, but I can't remember. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the live stream. That's gonna make me so angry if I nailed it on the dot and didn't run with it. Man. PT in the building. I don't know what that means. PT. Point Break Thor. Turtle says, I've always believed for us to rocket, we must first have a major dip, the big dip before the major rip. I agree. I've always thought that as well. Gosh darn it, man, I really wish I had said that other number. Hero 0. Point Break Thor says, Casey, I was just over at my daughter's house, watched an hour of your show with TA on an 85-inch screen TV. It was great. Yeah, this live stream is probably way better watched on a large screen than it is anywhere else. It doesn't suck, Lion King. No, we're gonna continue to move with the market, man. It's all just movement. I did some back testing when I originally first started the channel to see if, how I was going to set up the screens and everything for optimal viewing. And it's difficult to try and put everything up on the page to make it to where everybody can see everything. And so I had to decide, am I just going to read things out verbally, and then if people are lucky enough to have a big screen, then they do. And I think that's what I kind of chose for, because I wanted to have a lot of information on the page, or as much as possible. And so yeah, because I could do things like get rid of the time and sales and the order book in order for you guys to see a larger print of the screen. But I feel like those are such crucial things to see that I threw in there. Now what you can't see is that the order flow. I took the order flow distribution and the large scale orders in the last 5 days out of the screen because I was like, who cares? Nobody really cares about that information. Donna says, can we get a sub when you're gone, Casey? I don't know what we'll do without you. Can we get a sub? You'll make it. It's a good time, Donna, to it's good to have times to recharge your battery. So if I'm going to recharge my battery, it's probably not a bad thing for you to go recharge yours as well. So recharge your battery, refocus, take some time to just kind of do life differently than what you would normally do, and we'll come back stronger. Some of the best periods of time that I've come back. I feel like this happens to me in golf and tennis too. Some of the best games of golf and tennis that I've ever played is when I take a month off or something. You know, you play hours and hours and hours every week, and then you wear down after a while. You take a break for a month or a couple weeks, and then you come back to it, and next thing you know, everything just kind of resets, and you feel better, and you see things differently. No, I don't use a Rambo life. I just have a folding knife. I'm not listening. Oh, the $44 one that you saw was something else that I might have clicked on. I don't know. Z Wade says, I'm not, or actually I said, I'm reading what Point Break Thor says. I'm still trying to figure out why my kid has an 85-inch TV and I don't, while I'm still paying her phone bill. I don't know. Time to kick the phone bill? I don't know. She's not gonna like me. You know, it's nice to have those family plans, though. Sent to Discord. All right, I'm checking it out, Z Wade. Hold on a second. Huh. I'm using Weeble right now, and I don't. Wait, hold on a second. Let me check something out real quick here. No? I don't know, man. That's some weird stuff. Let me see what you got this on. You've got this on a year. Oh. If you notice on your page there, you got it set up on a yearly. Your time frame that you got set up on there is a yearly, and the high for the year is 4461. When you look at 3 years ago. That's what your problem is on there. It's easy to do. It's easy to accidentally set up the time frame incorrectly. And it's not a glitch. Change your time frame to daily or something less than a yearly, because each candlestick is a year's worth of data. Ayo says Casey Spyderco makes a line called the H2 great for salt fresh, impervious to corrosion due to being fired with nitrogen, not air. That's pretty cool, man. I have so many knives. I just take one with me, and then if it gets screwed, it gets screwed. One of the ones I don't care about is what I usually take. Just so you guys know, this is what Z-Wade's chart looked like here. This is what he was talking about right here. It looked like this, and he saw the 44.61 and he was like, what the hell? Which I could totally understand, like, why you'd be looking at that going like, how did it suddenly jump to 44.61? I would totally be like the same thing. I'd say the same thing. Yeah, it's just change your time frame down. I've done it before. Everybody can laugh at me too if they're going to laugh at Z-Wade, because I've done that before for sure. Hell, there's so many times where he said he hasn't been on Webull for a long time. There's so many times where I'll set my charts to like a 1 hour or 4 hour chart, and then I'll come back into the Webull app later and be like, why are all the numbers looking weird? I don't understand why it's looking like this. And then I go, oh, forgot to put the time back on the 1 minute scale. Oh, I forgot the music was on again. Hold on a second here. There we go. Sorry about that. Danny's like, I feel like Casey should be smoking a cigarette with this music. Good morning, CPE. Really, the market's just having a tough time right now, and I know SPY's up, but it's really just the tech side of the market that's really the tech sector. I think is really kind of taking it away. Let me see here. Yeah, there's a few sectors that are kind of running away with it right now. Some of the more higher performing sectors is more of this tech sector in here right now. Semiconductors, computers, software, IT services, they're all kind of they're all moving a little bit. So I think if there was something that I would say specifically about that is that it's, which is something that I kind of talked about earlier this morning, is that this is an attempt to probably try and protect the tech sector from probably an incoming failure in price, which is what I titled the title for the day today. To default or not may have been answered in the tech stocks overnight. I have a feeling the market knows what's coming, and so we're seeing kind of like the beginnings of those moves, and institutions kind of starting to circle the wagons, and in this particular case, they're circling the wagons around the tech sector. Oh, let the music roll? Absolutely. Hold on a second here. I'll put it back on. I gotta turn it down for myself though, because I can't talk and hear that at the same time. Ayo says dollar up, VIX down, SPY up equals clown market. Wait, don't forget oil down. Oil's down too. But you're not wrong. I mean, look at VIX. VIX is down 5.49%. All those people who are jumping in on VIX calls to try and hit 25, guaranteed they're getting crushed right now. Which is what I was saying. Like, I mean, if they got out yesterday, great, but if they didn't, they're screwed now. And then you've got those just became a bunch of bag holder on those. And then you've got and then you come back over here to the DXY. The US dollar is still heading up, and oil is now down 5.85%. there may not be enough money to be able to recover this. This may be the beginning of the death spiral here. Which my guess is that you would only see that happening if they actually knew what was going to happen with the debt ceiling, like the determination on where it's going or what's going to happen as a final result's already in. It's done. It's been decided. We just don't know yet. The market knows, but we don't. Turtle says Casey is a bandana away from being a Harley Davidson owner. I have a Harley Davidson. I own one bandana. One bandana I used to wear all the time as a tennis player, and it was a Harley Davidson bandana. I always wore that bandana religiously. I love that bandana. It was a good luck charm for me. It worked a lot. I don't know why, there was something about wearing a Harley Davidson bandana and playing tennis that was something that I just loved doing. It was so like, you shouldn't wear that playing tennis. It's like, yeah, I know. Doesn't really match. But I do have a Harley Davidson bandana someplace upstairs in my drawer, I think. It's the only one I own. Maybe I should wear it one day. It is red. It would probably look a hell of a lot better than the baseball cap I always wear. Not gonna do it though. Gotta keep the hat on for good luck. I mean, look, I called the Kansas City Chiefs winning, and now I'm calling this winning. This is gonna win next. Oh shoot! Back of the Big Tramp. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the back of the Big Tramp. I totally forgot about it. You guys didn't remind me. All right, I'm sitting in the back of the Big Tramp. If anybody wants to join, but I'm gonna have to turn off the music. If anybody joins in, I'm gonna have to turn off the music. Otherwise, I can't hear you. Actually, I'm just going to turn the music off now. I'm turning the music off now because I won't be able to hear anybody that comes walking in, and I have to turn the volume up to hear them too. So, Casey merch store is down. No such thing. Max Payne is now down to $5, Ariel. A lot of $5 calls closed out yesterday, and when those calls closed out, that lowered that Max Payne a little bit. Good morning to you, James. Is this where we start saying, look out below? Or maybe we should say on belay. Who joined in here? It's gotta be Yucca. No, it's Pirateborn and Rex. How's it going, guys?
Hello.
How you doing today?
I don't have anything funny to add, but what's the point of having this fancy new headset microphone if I can't play with it? So here I am.
Well, Nobsula says if you join in that you have to say shiver me timbers.
Where's the rum? That's the one. Where's the rum?
It's looking like
know,
the time
Casey.
of things are on them.
I miss.
You know, KC, the farther you get away from where the Mississippi River spits all that chocolate water into the Gulf, the less murky the water is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, uh, I would imagine that it's probably a little bit colder too. I don't know, maybe.
I can't speak to that. I've never lived there long enough to become familiar with the water temperature, but just from my experience boating and fishing, um, it's amazing what the Mississippi River discharges into that beautiful blue water. But you're right, it's murkier there over closer to Texas, but it's largely due to that. If you move a little bit farther to the east, and we'll show you some water that you can see all you want to see it.
It's scary, man. It's scary. I don't like seeing really far in the water. I mean, I do, but I don't. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if that shark's coming, I don't want to see it like 30 feet out. I would rather just wait until it hits me. Because I don't panic along the way. Can't get that
I can tell you the military base that's right here. They fly frequently up and down the beaches and low level and helicopters and C-130s with the rear ramp and door open where guys can sit on the back and kind of let their legs hang out like way back in the day we used to do in pickup trucks, you know, back before all the craziness when kids would ride in the back of the truck, sit on the tailgate with their feet hanging out. You can ride on the back of those airplanes and just look down. And if people saw the sharks and the fish that were swimming in that surf, a lot of them would probably never go in past their ankles again.
right? That's the truth. They're out there.
Oh, there's some guys that take some pictures of it and take your breath away, but fortunately, it's not really a problem. It's just one of those little unnerving facts.
I remember the first time that I got in the Gulf Coast water here because I just saw that Pro Jeweler says that it's 80. What did he put in? 82 degrees in Fort Myers. And I remember the first time I went down to the water here and I got into it and I was like, man, this is like bath water. It's like bath water that cooled off for a little too long and then you got into it and I was like, this is great. I mean, it's nice. You don't have to worry about like being cold. You know, you get in, you get out. You don't have to sit on the beach and heat up for a while after spending, 30 minutes 30 minutes to 45 minutes in the water. And then I went back to the West Coast and tried to get into the water because that's what I was raised on was West Coast, the Pacific Ocean. And when I got in the water over there, I was like, oh, this is so cold. And I was like, I'm think I'm ruined. I think I'm ruined. I'll never be able to enjoy cold water again. It's too nice when it's hot.
The Gulf Coast beaches consistently rank among the highest in the country by the people who pay attention to such. Uh, it's worth mentioning that the sand is made of a distinctly different material in the Gulf as opposed to, say, Daytona Beach or Fort Lauderdale that's on the Atlantic coast. That's mostly crushed seashell and parts of coral reefs. So it's a much grainier,
rougher textured type beach and not nearly as pretty. The beaches on the Gulf side, quartz. And when I first came here over 20 years ago, it would squeak. It was so clean when you would run on the beach, it would squeak under your feet. It was the strangest phenomenon. Since then, it's no longer that clean. I think it may be something to do with an oil spill or something that perhaps washed up and kind of lubricated it. But there's lots of photographs out there for the people who haven't seen the Gulf Coast beach. Take a look at it, and the snow is reminiscent. I mean, excuse me, the beaches are almost reminiscent of snow, especially the dunes and things. Some of them were used by us to sled ride on. We would take cardboard boxes and scale to the top and literally slide down them. And it was one of those rare things that we could do, and then send pictures back north to where a lot of us came from in the military that were accustomed to snow, and they got a big kick out of that.
I went to the North Shore in Oahu in the late 90s, and more fascinating than anything else that I had seen on the entire island. One of the most beautiful things of nature that I saw was that I scooped up the sand, and each grain of sand could be, if you look close enough, could be seen as a seashell. And like you said a minute ago, coral and seashell it makes for a more grainier sand, but it's still sand, right? And yeah, it's grainier, and it's like it doesn't feel as good on your skin or whatever, that nice sand. But when you realize that, given another 1,000 years or so, that sand, that those seashells are going to become sand that's like the sand that you see on other beaches, it really kind of like gives you like this whole new appreciation for what sand really is. And I have never seen anything more beautiful than that, seeing seashells as sand. It's crazy. And of course, some people like to collect broken glass that's been churned by the ocean on the shore. I guess like blue glass is more rare to find than other colors, but I know a lot of people like to go pick that up too. Remtac says they use glass now. But yeah, I love beaches.
I don't have much use for it myself. Set in it, covered with sand, get it in set your glass down, and if your glass or your cold drink is got any condensation on it, it gathers sand and it ends up in your car, it ends up in your boat, it ends up in your house. So
Don't forget your butt cheeks.
I'll pass.
Your butt cheeks. Nana says it hurts your feet. Yeah, but it's beautiful though. Chris says the white sugar sand in Destin, Florida, if I'm saying that right, I'm probably not saying that right, was squeaky last weekend.
Well, I appreciate him adding that. I heard myself saying it, and I thought I might sound a little crazy to somebody. They're like, what is this guy talking about, squeaky sand? And I'm like, man, they've hardly gotten to know me yet, and right off the bat, they're going to label me as a lunatic talking about squeaky sand.
I hopefully I get to hear it. Or Destin is on. Yeah, hopefully I get to hear it sometime. I'd like to experience that.
I wouldn't trust anybody wearing an eye patch more, buddy, than you.
You might find it interesting that they're so protective. They understand the uniqueness of the beaches here. And for years, they've had some laws in place, building codes. You're not even allowed to import material from inland to, say, fill a building lot or add a little elevation to your lot for construction purposes, if it's not specifically approved as white sand. They were smart enough to implement some things like that. It's a little burdensome for builders, but the idea is that they didn't want them importing red clay, which is in an abundance, or brownish dirt, topsoil type stuff, into those areas, because in the event of a storm, that all becomes dispersed and intermingled. So that's one of those things, to their credit, where they did. I'm not a big fan of laws and big government in general, but that was one of the few things where I could see the value in that.
Thourbladed just said, I was paying for my Chick-fil-A. You said butt cheeks really loud on my speakers, and I was so embarrassed. Franks and Beans. Man, that's funny.
The growth, this part of Florida has just become amazing. I mean, it's unbelievable. I have friends that were born and raised here that are 55 to 70 years old. The one gentleman told me he had a job in high school collecting quarters on the toll bridge that runs from the mainland to the barrier island here. And that was his job, to collect the 25 cents per vehicle as they crossed it. He said it was not uncommon for him to sit for an 8-hour shift and never collect a quarter. I heard other similar stories about guys who would pick up football games in the road and things like that, and they wouldn't have to move for a car for extended periods of time.
Wow.
Fast forward now, and it's bumper to bumper traffic in 20 minutes to get from, to travel 2 miles. So I don't know how much longer it can sustain that type of growth. I saw a blurb on TV that claimed that 1,200 people every 24 hours are moving to Florida as a permanent migration. When I first came here in the late 80s, I did some research for a project I was working on, and at that time that number was 300 a day.
Wow.
So that's a example of just the giant migration of people from one area to another, and the effects that it can have on an economy is amazing.
Danny's asking, Casey or anyone, how the heck do you find shark teeth? Are they usually in the shallow end of the beach, or do you have to dive down for them? I've been looking for a shark tooth in Miami for years. You can go to the store and buy them. And they're like, I don't know, 10 cents or something. I mean, you can literally go. They're. I actually have never been looking for one, so I've never found one before. I don't think I've ever found one before. Yeah, I don't think I've.
Danny, I have a friend who collects them, and that's been his guilty pleasure for, I don't know, 20 years, and he's got loads of them, and he's real secretive about his honey holes, like anyone who goes metal detecting or a fisherman perhaps knows where it keeps his whole honey hole secret. But he did share enough with me to let me know that it was small rivers. So if you look at places like Crystal River in Florida, or some of the places where they have these small tributaries that are real close to the salt water, for whatever reason, those guys are shallow water. They're using just a snorkel and a mask. Don't think they're using any air, self-contained breathing. And I know that they would go on these little camping trips and canoe up these little rivers. And I think what they primarily searched out were a gravelly type bottom, or a little bit more.
Yeah, someplace
stuff
where.
on the bottom besides sand.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've never heard of anyone getting shark's teeth off of the beach. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I know these guys who actively go out and look for stuff that goes all the way back to the, megalodon teeth, all that sort of stuff. I know that they haunted these little rivers and these little estuaries around here. Say water like knee deep to waist deep, but they'd go in those with a mask on and spend the whole day, and it's rare that they would come back with fewer than 6 to a dozen.
I would look for that point in the water line where you see slightly larger, like as you're walking down there's always that like one ledge as you're walking down into the beach, and it drops off just a little bit, and there's that ledge, and then there's usually some like larger rocks in that ledge area. That's what you're probably going to be looking for, is that ledge in the sand bar. And then that ledge should provide you an area where you could probably scoop up some buckets full of sand, and probably just take it inshore, and then just sift through what you got and see if you find something. I'll try it. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna try it while I'm at the beach down here, and I'll let you know, Danny, later next month what I find. See if I can find anything.
Another good tip for beach combing. Some people may know this, and it may seem common sense to them, but for someone up north who just travels in for, say, a weekend, always remember that the shelling and the beach combing is much more productive immediately after a storm.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people, they do the opposite. If the weather was stormy or nasty, then they may forego their morning walk. But those who are pretty ate up with it, they know that if there's a really big thunderstorm out in the Gulf, that tomorrow morning there'll be some nice trophies, if you will, as far as the shelling world goes. So there's people who engage in that, and it's always a thing of getting out there early in the morning so you can get the first pickings. Just always remember, if there's a weather event out in the Gulf, it just stands a reason it churns all that up and then make its way up on the beach. So if you're on vacation and you have a really bad storm one day, the silver lining to that is the next morning there'll be some rare opportunities to pick up whole shells on the beach. Starting to sound like I'm working for the Chamber of Commerce for Florida. We need to find another topic, I guess.
I mean that's, I guess, it could be, that information could hold true anywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be Florida. Aquatic tours. There you go. Aquatic tours is probably the right person to ask. We're talking about where to find shark teeth. Danny wants to know where to find shark teeth, and I really don't know, because I've never really looked before. But if you have any, Danny wants to know where he can find shark teeth at, and because Aquatic Tours is down in Florida as well. Venice Beach. Venice Beach. That's where you need to go.
It's always been a dream of mine that were I to find myself with money that could be spent without reservation, that the whole treasure hunter gig seemed like it might be a fulfilling and exciting and rewarding pastime if you were the idle rich. I mean, just imagine having a substantial boat, friends and family. You go out and stay for extended periods of time, and your sole purpose is just to swim in that beautiful water. And hey, if you happen to find a gold doubloon or an old cannon along the way, well, then it's just icing on the cake.
Nana, this is Pirate Born that's talking right now. She was asking, who is it?
Hello, Nana.
Hold on a second.
I've seen some wonderful boats that were designed specifically for treasure hunting, with these huge ducts, if you will, or pipes mounted on the transom, and they were set up that once a man got to an area that he felt might have high prospects, they could turn those tubes down, and it would redirect the propeller wash, the wake from the boat, and force all that water straight down, and have like using an overgrown leaf blower to blow sand away. And then those guys, I'm sure Aquatic Tours can speak probably for hours at length on this with authority, but that just seemed like a terribly romantic way to spend your final days if you had the money to pay for the fuel and the sundries to go along with it. But hey, everybody's got a dream, right?
That's right. Have you ever heard of Hullover Inlet Bridge?
Oh yeah.
I watch so many videos of people getting into like all kinds of problems trying to get out of there. It is probably one of my darker things that I like to enjoy watching, just because it's fun watching people wreck boats or destroy their boats. I don't know why. That's really mean of me to do, but I enjoy it so much. I think
Yeah, that
part.
guy's he's found himself a little market niche with those short videos as far as all over inlet. Yeah,
Oh,
there's some. They call them Googans. There's a nickname. They call them Googans. I think it's Googens. I think is the little nickname they have for him, which is essentially an idiot behind the wheel of a boat. But yeah, there's no shortage of funny stuff to see about just the boat ramps alone. I've said for years to Mrs. Pirate, I should just set up some sort of a modest camera with sound over it. I'm in real close proximity to a boat ramp here that's open to the public, and there's never a shortage of clowns. Just everything from vehicles that roll completely underwater while they're still attached to the boat because they forgot to put it in park when they got out, to I mean, it's a regular shit show on a good heavy weekend over there. And I think a guy could just get loads of content uh, videoing that and then post them. But it's one of those things too where sometimes you feel a little sad for the people because you're seeing them at their worst. Some of these guys have limited ability towing trailers to begin with, and then you add into that the pressure of being at a crowded boat ramp on a holiday weekend, and there's a recipe there for a lot of drama, far exceeding anything the Real Housewives TV shows bring to bear.
oh man. You can always tell too when you see the rented boat that's got like maxed out people on it and everybody's in the front of the boat, and you just know what's coming, and
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
it's
oh
just
yeah.
like, oh no. Oh man.
We had a long-standing running gag. Me and my running buddies. There was a period of time where I had real big boats, and one particular was about 55 foot long. And when you have a boat that weighs 50, 60,000 pounds and it's plowing through the water 20 knots, it leaves a roller wake out in the back, not like a miniature tsunami. And it was always the same. The renters or the looky-loos, they're coming the opposite direction, like two cars would pass on a highway, if you will. Those guys would come, and the renters and the vacationers, and they would be so enamored coming their way, they'd have their cameras out and taking pictures, and then they would always want to get as close as they could. And not a single one of them gave a thought to at the moment we passed the wave that was going to be right behind them. And it was so we saw it coming. It was just like you knew the setup was there and the punchline was just around the corner. And watching a moderately sized pontoon boat with, like you said, 20 people overloaded, and then the facial expression of the captain was just pure comedy gold, because they would be laughs and smiles and photographs, and the requirement to wave. Everybody waves back and forth, but the moment you pass, and then when he sees that giant wave coming his way, it's kind of like, well, he just the look on his face, and he knows he's fucked. And we just got tons and tons of laughter out of those. And again, it's at somebody else's expenses, and rarely, no one's ever hurt. But you see the bow plunge in, and they take on, half a boat full of water, and their coolers are sliding all around. And the women who had heretofore had perfect makeup and hair, you see the waves just bash them in the face, and yeah, it's comedy gold.
All right, I got to take a look at numbers. Thanks for stepping up into the back of the big tramp. I'm gonna go back in the back of the big tramp a little bit later when I come back from my break, and we can talk some more then if you're still around. But I'm gonna back out of it just for now while I do numbers, and then head off to break myself here. So
Absolutely. Thanks for letting me share my stories. I enjoy it.
absolutely, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's see here. So let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers right now. It is time. Let's see here. I think part of me wants to I see those boat videos, and I like to envision myself being a better captain of a boat one day, and being able to navigate my way through one of those dangerous inlets, which probably isn't the case, but we'll see. Maybe we'll see in the future here. Let's see what we got going on here. Man, the amplitude on this drop is significantly greater than what I would have suggested or thought that we were going to see. We do seem to have found a little bit of support though at a $6.20 price combined between AMC and Ape, but we'll take a look at that here in just a second. We're going to start with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 56.42% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.71. The combined total in that 67.13%. It's 5.13% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 0.11, so nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, 43.39% going through off exchange. Why is there not more there? It's going into, there's about 10% of our volume going into the New York Stock Exchanges right now. So they might, I'm not sure how they're doing this, but I'm not going to say what I think on this, but anyways, EDGX right now is at 4.23. The combined total on those is 47.62%, or about 14.38% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. And CHX for GME is at 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.17, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 875,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 696,000 shares. It's slightly going to drop the estimated short share interest, the free float, to 20.94%. CTB min or cost to borrow min is 55.4, average is 62.6, and max is 77.1. Shares on loan day over day increased by 1.42 million shares, bringing us to 172.52 million shares. There was a reduction in short interest that's been reported and adjusted for after the last 15 trading days of a reduction of 22.1 million shares in short interest. That was not over a single day. That's been over the last 15 trading days. And I would suggest that we may be seeing the reverse side of that, or that upwards momentum in price in the futures here. I know a lot of people are looking at price going like, really? We should be seeing an uptick from this coming in the near future. We did have on loan average age per day did trigger not too long ago, which gave us a countdown day for, I think it was like the 8th or the 9th. Actually, it's the 9th because we have a holiday in there. So this may be the dip before the rip. Taking a look at Ape. Oh, I forgot the music again. Yeah, I'm not going to turn it on this time. I keep forgetting. I got to just remember. An hour ago, there was 2,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on Ape. It's now a return of 52,000 shares. Not much of a difference. It's going to keep the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.36%. Cost to borrow min is at 8.27, average is 8.31, and max is 8.34. Shares on loan, we had 220,000 shares returned day over day on Ape, bringing us to 18.42 million shares on loan. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 6.8 thousand contracts. There's now 12.1. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike as well. There was 3.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 4.4. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere around $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.51. You can see here that the timing of this was a little bit earlier and far greater of a drop than what I was anticipating. I kind of drew an arrow in here thinking that we might see a drop down to about 639. for a combined price of AMC and Ape, but it actually dropped down to about 620. But it is starting to head back a little bit right now, and according to this little sample of data from the past that I pulled up here, I think after this drop down, let's see where we at right here. There should be a kickback up of some proportion of that drop, but I don't think that we're at the bottom of this just yet. So we should get a little bit of upwards consolidation, followed by some more downwards pressure. So I don't think it's over yet for the day today. I think there's still some downwards momentum yet to occur, and perhaps maybe close out the day around 615 combined, maybe. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, I do not expect to see AMC, Ape, or GME on this list. And they are not. SSR triggers at $4.39, Ape at 1.458. There is 1 million shares available to borrow. No change in the last hour. 41.3% is the fees. NASDAQ is up 1.52, Dow Jones down 0.43, and the S&P 500 is up 0.61. We have 4,429 decliners to 1,835 advancers. The market is definitely more declining now than it was an hour ago, and it's now what I would consider to be hot lava fire. Watch out. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn the crap off of your feet. Looking kind of nasty out there. In regards to banks, we've got FRC down 8.02% now. Silvergate down 8.25, PacWest down 7.01, Western Alliance down 3.63, First Horizon down 3.2, Coinbase down 3.36, Charles Schwab up 3.64, and those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently down 0.85. It's really wanting to break out of this to the bottom side. It's a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated. The first day that I've got for my box here would have been 529, so we're still a couple days out from that. 529, by the way, would be Monday, and we're not trading on Monday, so that would be, you would see a breakout of Ethereum over the weekend, more than likely. It could be sooner. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.31% and rising still. Oil down 6.06%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.25 to 0.27, and the SPY is up 0.62. Give me 1 second. I want to pull over another page. How's that sugar doing? How is that sugar doing? Ooh, it's dropping. Sugar's tanking. Not real bad yet, but it is down to 24.8. Remember, it was 26 not too long ago, 26.6. It is starting to drop here, and market will probably be very closely thereafter. SPY, like I said, up 0.6. VIX is showing down 1.75. VBR is down 0.64. VB is down 0.75. Tesla is up 0.88. Amazon is down 1.6. Cinemark down 1.41. Doge is down 0.75. Bitcoin's down 0.32. GME is down 1.35. HYMC is down 5.15. NCMI is up 4.93. Hood is up 0.52. Ape is down 2.47. And AMC is down 4.39. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.5 million shares traded so far for the day today after 161 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 20.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is, I think it's more, we're on a stronger pace for volume today than we were yesterday. but not the 20 to. I think I said 20 to 21 million by the end of the day today. I think we're going to be a little bit lower than that, but I don't know. It depends on whether or not we see some big volume at the end of the day. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.54, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.06 with a double dip into oversold territory. On the 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with, again, you can see the double dip in RSI below the oversold target of 30. It's at 25.61. And 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.0 or 40.44, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately about $20,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.93 million shares traded so far. After 163 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 7.01 million shares traded. We're actually seeing a little bit of an uptick in volume here on Ape for the day. We were a little bit lower volume pace earlier. That is still within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.63, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.53, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. More or RSI at 41.12, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.92, which is below average. And with that, I think I'm going to head to break. Mega Johnny says, seriously, OJ is up 100% for the year. What's scarier, the bathtub or the back of the big tramp? I guess it depends on whose bathtub. Did you watch Breaking Bad? Batter's asking, are we dropping to 420? I don't think so today. Overall, it's hard. It would be difficult for me to project going forward because I don't know at what point the market's going to turn, where we're going to start seeing some forced buying pressure kicking in at. So I can't. It would be really, really difficult for me to tell you exactly when there's going to be a turnaround point at that far in advance. I would have to know what the financials look like of each institution that's short on AMC or lots of other stocks that are out there. And that's pretty impossible for me to do. So there's no way for me to know. Let me look at something real quick here. And I mean, I've got a couple different levels of support before getting down to 420. I got 446 and 437. It all really just depends on how quickly the market decides to take a dump. That's what it comes down to. If it takes a slow dump, then we're going to move slowly with it, or maybe even slightly faster down with it. If not, then if it dumps quickly, then it may not be very far at all. If you're suggesting today, I don't think today. No. That bathtub that they were dissolving that body in didn't handle so well. Mr. Finance, they've got the date set for June 29th and 30th, so we're waiting on the date for the lawsuit to happen, for the trial to begin. So I would say that there is no holdup, other than the fact that that was when the earliest the judge could make the judge decided that she was going to have a hearing for shareholders. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break. Let me turn some music on for you guys. Put up the note. I heard the judge loaded with shares. Yeah, can you imagine? All right, see you guys in a bit. All right. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. We'll take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on this page again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could protect you from having somebody get into your account and screw things up for you. When you do sign up for it, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the access code, bad idea. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary phone or device. Take pictures or video footage of your accounts, guys. I cannot stress enough to you how important that is, that you know what it is that you hold. In case something should happen with your broker, you'll be able to know what it is your numbers are supposed to be when that something is no longer happening. Whatever it may be. Who knows what it's going to be. At least you'll have the sound knowledge of knowing that you have protected yourself and securing what it is that you know that you hold. Let me move some screens around and take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% in total. Combined between off exchange and EDGX. On AMC, we have 53.13% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.42, 63.55%. We're about 0.5% over what it is I would expect to see by this time of the day. 0.12% of it's going through CHX with a 30-day average of 3.86. Hold on a second here. I'm going to turn up, I forgot to put the music on. There we go. On Ape, 46.59% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 4.19. Combined total is 50.78. That is 12.22% less than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 200 shares so far. GME's CHX volume is at 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.17. Nothing unusual happening there. And let's see here. Taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 696,000 shares in borrowed shares for the day. It's now 806,000 shares. That's maybe going to slightly raise the short share interest of the free float to 20.95%. Cost per mins at 55.4, average is 72.67, and max is 108.73. Shares on loan day over day increased by 1.42 million, even with the fact that the new short interest reported amount came out and dropped our short interest by 22.1 million shares. That was over the last 15 days. We've been seeing lots and lots of shares being returned, and we knew that was the case. But our shares on loan is still high at 172.52 million shares. Just because that short interest came down a little bit doesn't mean that there's still a lot of shares on loan. Taking a look at Ape. Earlier it was 52,000 shares having been returned. It's now 108,000 shares. That might lower it by the short-term interest of the free float by 0.01%. It's at 5.36. I think that's probably about where it was earlier. Cost per mins at 8.27, average is 8.31, and max is 8.34. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 220,000 shares to 18.42 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 12.1 thousand contracts. There's now 12.6. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike as well. An hour ago, there was 4.4 thousand contracts. There's now 6.4. Combined price of AMC and Ape is consolidating at $6.28 with that upwards tick that I was talking about. It looks like we're about ready for that next drop down. Get ready for it. This is usually is a kind of a dead period. A period of time where prices usually starts to fall in the later portion of the day, and now between the power hour or power half hour that we usually get, this could be that end portion of the middle portion of the day, and then the end portion of the day might be on a slow rise again here. So watch for a retest of the bottom that we've already hit at around $6.20, perhaps maybe going down a little bit further than that. Maybe 6.15, and then a slow rise towards the back half of the day. And of course, this page does not want to load up for me. This page is having so much fun. We're probably not going to be on here. AMC, Ape, and GME all have really low amounts of volume, so I don't really expect to see any of those three stocks. So it's kind of pointless to even pull it up, really. But SSR trigger price for the day is at $4.39. Ape is at 1.488 or 58 rather. That's where SSR would trip at, and they have returned an additional 100,000 shares again. And fees have started to rise back up. They were at 41.3 and are now at 50% rates. And so far for the day today, we've seen about 1.4 million shares borrowed. That's about close to what it was yesterday. NASDAQ is up 1.68, Dow Jones is down 0.35, and the S&P 500 is up 0.78. We have 4,460 decliners to 1,829 advancers. The market's doing about as good as it was an hour ago, which is real stinky. Looking like a hot volcano right here. Don't touch the floor. It's hot lava. It's going to burn your feet. The banks. Let's see where they're at here. We've got FRC down now 12.64%. Silvergate's down 7.22. PacWest down 7.22. Western Alliance down 4.04. Coinbase down 3.86. Charles Schwab is up 3.47. And those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 0.88 and retesting that bottom level of support for the wedge that I've got drawn up here, which I am expecting. I'm expecting Ethereum to break out of this pretty long wedge here, perhaps maybe this weekend. And seeing as how we're on the bottom side of this wedge, it may be breaking to the downside. I don't know for a fact that that's the case. I mean, it's very possible that we see support at the bottom side and it rockets and jettisons up through the top side. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.35, still heading up from the descending broadening wedge that we had earlier in the month, I guess for the last 2 months. And the top that it was supposed to find was about 103, and it had about a 62% chance of seeing higher highs from that 103 data point, and sure enough, we're at 104.25 and still rising. With this rising, the market should be heading down, and as of right now, it's only a couple sectors that are keeping the SPY in the green for the day today. Oil is down 5.16% for the day today. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.31. SPY is up 0.77. VIX is down 1. Well, hold on a second here. Let me look at it again. Down 2.65. VBR is down 0.38. VB is down 0.57. Tesla is down, or up rather, 0.72. Amazon is down 1.79. Cinemark is down 0.62. Doge is down 0.84. Bitcoin is down 0.16 at 26.2K a coin. GME is down 0.03 or breaking even. It looks like it for a second there it was breaking even. It's trying to head up. HYMC is down 4.73. NCMI is up 5.03. Hood is down 0.76. I said down, up 0.76. Ape is down 3.08. AMC is down 4.1. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is about $400,000 more little less than that, about $350,000 more inflow than outflow. 10.04 million shares traded so far for the day today after 230 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 17.02 million shares. We lost a lot of our volume in the last hour here. So we're nowhere near on track for that 21 million I thought we might see, but 20 to 21 million. We're on much lower pace now than we were. On a 4-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 25.11, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 30.3, which is just slightly above being oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 28.53, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.76, which is average. On Ape, so far for the day today, we have $70,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.32 million shares traded so far after 231 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 5.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million that I suggested in the pre-market. By the way, I said 10 to 30 million on AMC in volume, and I do think we'll hit that. Actually, we already did hit it. I don't know why I'm saying I think we'll hit it. We already did hit 10 million shares. So on a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure on Ape, with an RSI of 41.12, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.04, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.20, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure currently with an RSI, which you can't even really tell, with an RSI of 43.5, which is slightly below average. All right, with that, I'm going back to the back of the big tramp again. And anybody who would like to join back there is more than welcome to. My kids' last day of school is today. They had a half day, so they should be out about now. And it's done. They're done. It is summer vacation time here where I'm at. Day of school is today. A half day, so they should be out. Yucca and Foo. What you foos up to?
Yeah. We can't leave you in here by yourself. We have to be backseat.
I'm parked. I'm parked right now. So.
Oh.
Yeah. We know.
We're quote parking.
With best views ever.
Yeah, you know. How's your day, Casey?
It's going good. How's your day going?
You know, staying busy.
Very good.
Going good. Yeah, it's going good. Going pretty good. Do you like Woody Allen?
No. Never been a fan. Never, ever, ever been a fan.
Very controversial.
How about you? Do you like Woody Allen?
Nah, man, I don't like that guy. But I don't know. I was just in the back room thinking of an episode of Seinfeld.
Mhm.
And there's an episode of Kramer. Something to do with these pretzels are making me thirsty. And I guess Woody Allen was directing a movie in the scene. Anyways, but with that said, I know he imported a young, or he adopted, right? He
Oh yes.
adopted
Yeah,
somebody,
yeah.
and then he married her.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right?
What
No,
was her
nothing strange going on there at all. Perfectly normal.
No,
I think her name was Ming Ling.
I
Uh,
guess.
Ha ha ha. Okay, that fell flat.
Mean
So I guess
Ling.
we're Shaggy and Scooby.
Combine the
You know,
first and last name and then say it normally.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
but yeah. Who else has done that?
um, Morgan Freeman? Didn't he
get out of
marry his
here.
granddaughter?
No.
He married his granddaughter.
No,
No.
What?
really?
Isn't
Did
that
he?
common knowledge?
Did he? Get out of here.
Yeah.
This is-
I'm
Get
telling
out.
you the truth.
Get out of
I'm
here.
gonna look it up.
I'm looking it up right now.
Uh-oh, I'm getting fact checked, people.
It says grandson. It doesn't say granddaughter.
That does not.
Well, that's even worse.
That does not look
Oh,
like.
Morgan Freeman had he had an affair with his stepdaughter or granddaughter.
That happens in
What?
that happens in the porn movies all the time.
No, it says here. It said I don't think this is real. This is not a real article. Let me see. Go to people. Murder suspect controversial claims Morgan Freeman and his step granddaughter had sexual inappropriate relationship.
Oh gosh.
That's People magazine.
That's.
Did I just ruin your day, Casey? I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, so I guess there's stuff going on like that all the time.
Leave it to Foover.
I know. Open the tramp and you get all this controversial talk.
You know, I can't have
Sorry.
I can't have favorite things anymore. You know, I loved that Kevin.
You got yucca.
Yeah, I know, but everything.
Kevin Spacey.
Kevin
I heard that
Spacey.
little laugh.
Kevin Spacey was you know, I was a big Kevin Spacey fan for a while, and then I couldn't, you know, after of course finding out stuff you find out about it, I was like, screw that guy. Then you know, now you got Tom Hanks, you've got now Morgan Freeman. You're finding out that you know, So I Married an Axe Murderer was actually Bob Ross. I mean, it's just like
You know what? No.
what is going on?
I enjoyed American Beauty, but that kind of like I was like, what is he trying to portray here? The director, you know, because you know how he was attracted to he would fantasize in that movie.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I mean, what can you do?
I mean,
He's
A
a
lot.
good actor, period. I mean, Casey, he's a good actor.
No, yeah, but
period.
it doesn't mean that I'm going to go out and support. You
What?
know, I'm not going to go out and support his stuff though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not going to happen.
But what if Hot Koch, what's his name?
Hawk
Is that who
Koch.
we talk-
I mean,
Yeah,
look,
what
his
if-
name is Hawk Koch.
I
You
wanted
know
to
that there's going to be a story behind Hawk Koch already. You already know it. You don't even have to like guess. It's right in the name. Like I mean, you don't call yourself Hawk Koch and then not expect that you don't go around saying like, "Hi, my name's Hawk Koch." You know, I'm just, you know, come on.
Spicy one.
Yeah, it's written right all over the name right there. I know there's a story there already. That one's not hard to figure out.
That's his corn name.
Mm-hmm.
what if they decide to team up and make a movie? So you're not gonna. As an actor, he's a good actor. As a person, his mind, he's troubled. He might need a little mushroom trip to awaken.
So you know that link that you posted? Speaking of mushrooms, that link that you posted of that guy doing the mushrooms, his mushroom story.
Oh yeah.
I listened to that whole thing, the entire thing. I think it's like 30 minutes long. I listened to the whole thing last night.
Another one. Oh yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Any thoughts on that?
Why would anybody in their right mind ever do shrooms after a story like that? That is no man. That is the dumbest, craziest crap I've ever heard of in my whole life. I would.
Why?
That did nothing. That did nothing for making me want to try. You know, like if there was ever a chance that you were going to try to convince me that I should do shrooms at some point or another, that story ruined it. Ruined it for me.
Well, for those of us who didn't see it, give us the highlights. What stuck out as the most uncomfortable part for you?
That he was crazy. And you could tell that he couldn't, like, it's almost as if you know, once he had gone down Crazyville, he couldn't go back, and now he's like addicted to crazy. And that to me sounds like the worst recipe for making poor life choices than anything in the whole wide world. Like, this guy literally decided, I'm just going to go ahead and trip on a what he considered to be a, what was the kind of dosage that he said it was? A hero, a god dose, a god dosage. He's like, I'm gonna go trip without anybody watching me. I'm gonna hide. At first, he's like, I'm gonna hide my knives first, and then I'm gonna go down this trip with a 10 milligram dosage of shrooms, and he's talking about in a story about his wife and his kids, and I'm sitting there going like, dude, WTF, man, like, make better choices in life. Stop, you know, because at some point in the trip he thought he was non-existent, and he was having to come to terms with the idea that he no longer existed. And I'm sitting there going like, that is not the kind of, I don't
But is it true?
I don't want to have those kind of thoughts. I would never ever want to think that I bailed on my family for some drugs, so that I could experience some event. It is a drug. It is absolutely a drug. Yes,
Well,
it is.
One could take the other side of this. One could take the other side of this argument and say, why do people tens of thousands of dollars to go to K2 or the top of the Himalayas? They leave their family behind. Hell, that one guy even knew he was going to perish there and called his family to say goodbye from up there. I mean, isn't it similar?
Yeah, I do. I actually do think that is kind of. I do think that is similar. You're not making a good case, because I do think that is very similar. That is also very crazy as well.
What about all of us? They call us crazy because we're still in this place.
Yeah.
Well, that's
You
different.
know. So
I don't think
are
this
we
is.
not all a little crazy? But then he came back to reality after he went through his experience. He came back to reality. It taught him something. He learned something from his experience.
All right,
He
but
wasn't stuck in that.
But you have to understand, though, is he couldn't wait for like the next time he was going to do it again, right?
Oh, I can't wait. That's
I
why
know,
told you I'm
exactly,
going
and
for
that's the thing that
10 grams.
scares me more than anything is I hear you saying I can't wait to do my next experience, and it's like, wait a minute. When you let something control your life like that, when you allow a substance or an experience or an event to control your life in a way to where you are going to make poor decisions in life, something's wrong. You have to question. You have to question and say, why am I doing this?
Well, we've established that there's something wrong with yucca.
Well, that's what Joe Pounds is saying. You have issues. I have issues.
Everything in moderation. And I've heard you say this before,
I
Yucca,
know.
yourself, right? Everything in moderation. I've heard you say that.
Yeah, this is moderation.
No,
I think
what this guy
like
did
a
was
couple of
not.
months.
This guy did not do moderation.
Well, that's because he's been doing, the same, like he's been doing small doses, and then he says, okay, now I'm ready to do like that dose that everybody's talking about, the dosage, and he did it. He experienced it.
He went from 3 to 10.
That's okay.
He said 10 was a god dose.
Yes.
He did it by himself.
I want to do it by myself too. I do it by myself every time. Oh wait, we're talking about something else there. It's okay. I'm not gonna do that big of a dose, but my next dose is gonna be like 5 grams.
Oh, is grams? I said milligrams.
You said milli.
Mac and B says 10 what? It was 10 grams of shrooms is what he did.
10 grams.
10 grams. That is, I don't know anything about it, but He's talking like five. He said five. First, he said 5 was a god dose, and then he found out that 10 is a god dose too.
Yeah.
So,
It's a bigger trip.
wait, hold on a second. We gotta. Bob Ross, Bobblehead Ross. What do you think about somebody deciding to do 10 grams of mushrooms?
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
Ooh.
Oh,
Look at
Bob Ross.
that.
And
Damn, he knows.
He's
If
no,
you learn
he's saying if you
he-
didn't die, you probably learned something from it, or at least you should have. That's what he's saying. If you don't
Mhm.
die, you better you probably should have learned something from it, and if you don't, then don't go back and go do it again.
Well, he didn't say all that.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
man, but
That excerpt could have been from a Buddhist monk.
you know that same guy. Yeah, he tells his story, and then he tells other stories of other people that send him stories. There's all some crazy stories, like with what is it, Salvia? I think that's what it's called.
oh yeah, you don't want to mess with that.
Oh man, Casey, those stories. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that. But man, you should hear it. But they're like an hour long. He's telling about the stories and but his room changes into like a forest. He sees creatures in his room. His friend turns into a monster that's watching over him. It's so
I
it's
just
just the mind.
I just want you to remember, Yucca, that there's always people
remember.
who love you, who rely on you, who care about you, and that you know your finding of whatever it is that you need to find is not within something else. It's within inside of you.
Well, I can't go within to experience what I've experienced in the past.
I disagree,
At a higher.
but you're gonna have to
How?
you're gonna have to find a way. But I disagree, but you're gonna have to find a way.
Yucca needs an intervention.
Joe.
God damn it, man.
That Joe Pounce. Holy
You
crap.
can't be afraid, Casey.
I'm not afraid.
Bobblehead Joe.
I'm not afraid at all. It's just that I don't seek to what's the word I'm looking for? Perspective of who I am or what I exist for. And that doesn't mean that I'm better than you or worse than you. It just means that I'm not at that place in my life where I have those needs to fulfill. And I think everybody does hit that some point in their lifetime to where they feel like they desire or yearn for something more or greater, right? And so they do this like inner self searching, and maybe my time comes later. Maybe I already went through it. I don't know. Maybe triathlons was what I experienced when I went through the suffering that I went through when I did triathlons. I mean, you could say that there might have been some level of higher higher inner self thinking that occurred when I was depleting my body of resources and working out to extreme long periods of time, 6 hours at a time. That there's definitely somebody could say that, that maybe I've already gone through what it is that you're searching for, but I'm telling you that you can find it within yourself and that you don't have to rely on a drug to get there. I promise you.
It's not a drug.
It is a drug.
God, it's not a drug. No, it's not, man.
I promise you can get there without it.
Casey, 6 hours is a lot of Pornhub. I don't know
Yeah. Oh, man.
I don't know if that's either. Now, come on. Actually, the psilocybin in mushrooms has been, in microdoses, it's proven to help people with anxiety and.
My brother microdoses.
Yeah.
And I didn't know I didn't know that when he did the first time he did mushrooms, he's in Florida, and then I did mushrooms at the same time. Like we both did them. We didn't talk to each other, Casey. So what is that saying? The universe is sending these messages. And he did it, and then we spoke later, and I told him, I mentioned, hey, guess what? I did mushrooms. He's like, no way, I just did that too.
That's dark matter that's talking to you.
You know, So, but now he's a happier person. He microdoses with small little chocolates and here and there, you know. And he said it's changed his life. He doesn't even want to drink anymore. He likes to have 1 or 2 beers every day. He said he stopped, like he doesn't want to drink.
Yeah.
He's
And
older
I
than I
think
am.
that's
He's like
okay. If you want to do microdosing, I
50.
think that's good because we already said, and I think you and I both agree that moderation is always key, right? If you're going,
Yeah.
if you want to microdose, then go for it. But what that guy was doing with 10 grams, man,
It's
and
excessive.
yeah,
Yeah.
you don't need to go there. You just don't need to go there. That's something else. That's entirely different. That's
Yep.
somebody who needs help.
That's a mega dose.
Yucca, just look at what Throat Yogurt said. Maybe that'll help you out a little
What
bit.
did he say? Where is he? Is he in here?
No, he's in the chat.
No, he's in the chat. Let me go
Here's
back.
what I would say. It's like your teeth. You have 2 sets of teeth in your lifetime, right? One you lose no matter what. The second ones are the ones that you have for the rest of your life. If whatever you do to your teeth is what you end up having to live with for the rest of your life. If you go out there and you've got one brain and you mess up that brain, it's messed up for life. There's no changing it back. There's no takesies backsies. It's done. It's over.
But mushrooms does not change, does not mess up your brain. There's no evidence. It actually makes it better.
Maybe when in regards to microdosing, but have they done long-term studies of anybody who's done like excessive dosage amounts?
Yes, they have. I'll send them to you.
Long-term testing.
Okay, maybe
free drugs.
maybe Deb has a point here.
Okay, yeah, so that could help.
I can get a couple of chicken heads. That should be a good hobby.
You need some goats?
I do have a hobby. I work all the time.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
that could be
work is an escape sometimes.
I like staying busy.
Yeah. Work can be an escape.
I always need to be doing something. Huh.
NC Proud Dad, do you feel the same way about weed? I think absolutely. I think anything in excessive amounts, NC Proud Dad, can absolutely control your life. Alcohol, weed, it doesn't matter what it is. Any of those drugs can take over your life and really become the central point of which your life exists. And so yes, I absolutely do feel the same way about weed. Am I saying that you should never ever do weed your entire life and that you can't have fun on occasion, maybe using weed? Absolutely, I'm not saying that. But it's not for me. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do it. I've had my fun with weed, and maybe I'll have some more fun here or there along the way. But I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't want it to be something that grabs control of my life. And I've been at that point in my life before, where I've been there, and that I couldn't wait to have that next high. To where I was going to go get some more, I got to have that next high. I got to go out there and get some more. And, it just turns into an addiction. And next thing you know, you're just always looking for that next hit. And at some point you realize that it's taking control of your life, and you have to let go of those urges, those desires to escape from what it is that you're dealing with.
Oh,
and face
you're talking
life.
about marijuana.
Yeah.
What is it?
I thought weed. I thought you were talking about the really ugly stripper weed, not candy or cinnamon.
I have no idea what you're talking
what's
about.
stripper name?
But I mean, I know you're saying the next high, but isn't that how humans are? Like, we want to better ourselves, or we want to find out what's next. Like when you did your running and you're working out and you're, all of your athletic stuff, weren't you like, what's next? Oh, I got to be better. I got to get faster. What's the next time limit? Or
Yep.
You kept escalating yourself. But don't we all want that? I mean, I know with anything that I do, I'm always looking for something better. Like when I used to DJ, I was like, okay, I got to learn how to do that. I got to learn how to do this. I gotta. What's next? You know, what's the next technology? Isn't that a path of life?
Sure.
And where has it got us?
Where we are right now.
You can,
Yeah.
there's
I mean,
always
just like
paths in
AMC,
life to take, right? Some are better than
just
others.
just like AMC, right? We saw 72, and we're like, okay, man, 72 is not. It's not it. Well, obviously, there's data to prove that, but we want higher numbers. So,
You know, it wasn't
What does
about
that lead
wanting
us?
it wasn't about wanting higher numbers for me. It may have been for you,
I,
but for me it wasn't about wanting higher numbers. It's just that I knew that we weren't done yet. And so when I'm sitting there looking at it and I'm going like, we're not done. I'm not leaving because I know this isn't over.
yeah,
You
right.
know,
You're right.
it's like leaving a job unfinished. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to leave a job unfinished. I want the job to be
That's exactly
completed.
how I feel.
I couldn't agree more. It was the same for me, Casey. That had I looked at that and thought to myself, we were closer to the top, like that was all it had to give, then I'd have been happy to go at that time. But for me and what I know in my calculations, I knew that it had just begun. So I had a hard time saying, you know, this is plenty or this is good enough. It wasn't a matter of that. I just can't agree with you more that at that particular moment, all I said was, okay, we just got started. So I hope that I hope I made that clear.
I think Casey put it. Yeah, you put it perfectly. I said I was trying to simplify higher numbers, but in reality, yeah, we're not done. I don't even think we'll ever be done. The only way to find out we'll be done is if the whole market changes and we see a change.
I think
But I don't think
collectively,
that's gonna happen.
as a whole, I think we'll know when this is done together. I think we'll all
Ooh,
see collectively
we'll come together.
that we've done something and that we've accomplished something. We weren't done though. AMC wasn't out of the clear blue. You know, they were still being heavily shorted. AMC was not completely saved. And I think collectively we all knew that we weren't done. And if we walked away from what it was that we were doing, I think maybe not all of us were thinking AMC won't be saved after this. But I know that at some, you know, you would have come to that conclusion at some point. You would have been like, well, if everybody were to up and walk away from this right now, then we've basically not really accomplished what it is that we came here. We started buying into a company. We want to save a company. A lot of us were talking about that like that a long time ago. A lot of people don't really talk about the fact that nobody ever says this anymore. We were trying to turn AMC into something that was not like Blockbuster or Toys R Us or any whether names you want to throw out there that have disappeared. That's People used to say that. We're not going to let hedge funds turn AMC into a Blockbuster or Toys R Us. And
Before I put a penny in this, I made damn sure that the setup was right. All of you talk about the cake metaphor, but all of the components that are required for an event like this to happen were in place. I was certain of it. I didn't leave anything to chance. I didn't take a flyer on it or just run out there. I mean, I did the research and it was there. And then things started to happen, and it did, in my opinion, start to begin, if you will, and it didn't. But and then we've been in this, I guess, this malaise since then, but nothing's changed. And that's the one thing that puts the most steel in my spine is that my initial analysis of all this that allowed me to pry open my wallet that's full of cobwebs because I'm so tight. I wouldn't pay a penny to see an ant eat a bale of hay. I'm so tight. But nothing has changed. So for me, $60, $70, that was fine. It was great. It was, I look back on it and I'd like to think that it was a beta test for someone again pressing that test button to see if then what, if we do this then what, and I'd like to think that at that point in time there might have even been some sort of little experiment going on to see how rapidly things would move and to what extent. I have no way. That's just pure conjecture on my part. But I want to agree with you, Casey, that nothing changed. So, like I said, for me, just being unemotional about it, if I had thought, okay, I found this situation and all things point to this one event happening, and then we had that day to 60 or 70, if I thought that it gave up most of the milk, then I would have, I took my bucket and left the barn. But nothing else has changed other than the time. And they had the one weapon in their arsenal that I think they knew would cause more people to fall by the wayside, and that was Americans' penchant for instant gratification now. And they've used that, and it's hurt us certainly. But I think that's over with. I think all all of the factors still remain, and they all point to a specific event that by high probability should happen. This is all about the laws of probability. None of this is exact. Everyone wants a guaranteed thing. It wants someone to whisper in their ear the secret stock tip that'll change their life. And that's for Hollywood. The real world doesn't operate that way. This is about probabilities and the likelihood of something happening. And all of the things that say that this event will happen are still there. And the only thing that's lacking is that it didn't happen in a timely enough fashion for some folks.
And to add to what you're saying, it's not that we had all the items that you're talking about before, but the things that needed to occur to get to where we're knowing that we're getting to that point to where there is going to be some finality to this have been checking off the board. Market moving downward. The SPY didn't start moving down until at the end of 2021. We had a run up in June, right? Like we started seeing the market starting to fail after that. Now we're starting to see bank failures. Who's Melvin Capital? All these different things started taking place that are more confirmations of what it is that's happening here, that we're on the right track, that we are moving in the right direction. And yet we keep letting people come into this damn community and saying some bullshit stuff. And for some reason, some of us want to bite into it. And it's like, nah, nothing's changed. And it's only had more and more confirmation of what it is that we're doing. And it's crazy. It's just crazy to me to see. And some of the people I don't even think are really legit people. And I think they come in and they push buttons, and then they get other people to just kind of repeat what it is that they're saying. Just creating little shadow images of doubt in somebody's head, like, oh, but what about this? Drop little seeds here and there, trying to get us to turn on each other.
Or to make you feel like you're an individual bad person.
Yep.
We just had one of those show up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything about it, and I'm not timing people out, but I see things like that out of the blue. Someone shows up and's like, you're just a greedy bastard. Just to put you down, make you feel like you've done something wrong. And I hate people like that. They're just trying to vex you. I know, Pirate, you want to get vexed, but that's $5. But yeah, it's just wow. Yeah, think your initial idea about the whole play is, oh, I can jump in here and make some money. Great. But then you start learning and you're like, holy crap, what am I going to do if I do make money? They'll just take it away from me again. If I put it in a self-directed 401k or an IRA, they're just going to screw me. So something has to change. This has to stop. The one thing that really bothers me, and I'd like to know your opinion on it, Casey, is a couple of months ago that Thomas Petterfy from Internet or IKBR or whatever, that they asked him point blank, do you think the meme stocks will ever go up? And he couldn't even look at the camera. He looked down. He said, oh no, they're going to lose all their money. And I was like, you bastard.
Yeah.
How could you even say that on TV without being prosecuted,
Didn't have any problem looking the rest of the time, did he?
No.
Yeah.
No. I actually respected him because he came out after the whole January 21 or 27-21 thing came out, and he said, yeah, it was going to destroy us all if we didn't do something. And it's like, so you all knew together? How did you all know together that you were all going to get destroyed? Because they were going to get destroyed back then. I wasn't even in it back then. I was like Pirate. I was still studying. I was looking at it and saying, this could happen, you know? And then I saw it go up and come back down, and then I watched it, and I was like, well, they didn't even close anything.
Yep.
So
It has been the single biggest learning experience of my life as far as not discounting the books I've read, just the practical application of what I've learned over the years for investing. And the last 2 or 3 years has been like a PhD course for me, as related to the fuckery that goes on. And it saddens me to say that, because it's just bad. It's bad for people. It's bad for my country. You know, it's bad all the way around. And I don't know what the end result will be, but I can't help but think that this is shining a light on a much bigger problem for us as a society and as Americans. People with 401ks, retirements, and a lot, and you know, all of it's intertwined into this. And I don't know if our country can afford to have the whole thing being exposed as a Ponzi scheme. That's, I wish I could think of a better example, but that's as close as I can come. I don't know if our republic can suffer such a blow. And everything that I see, if I just step back and look at it as calmly as I can, just shows more and more criminal activity or collusion, just the whole thing. And at the risk of sounding like a conspiracy theorist, I lose sleep over it.
I wish I had something to say here.
I mean, our republic hasn't been able to stand up to this onslaught of short selling. It's been going on. They used to call it leveraged buyouts.
Yep.
And we haven't. It's been going down ever since they started doing that. You look at Bain Capital, they were the ones that took out KB Toys, and they made a lot of money on that. A lot of money. But now the banks.
Well, I guess I should have been more clear. I meant it more in a macro sense, macroeconomic, the big picture. I shouldn't say I got all melodramatic there and gloom and doom, the sky's falling, but I don't mean that to be specifically about the stock market and equities. I mean it is. I don't want to be political because I just enjoy everybody here so much. I don't want, and I'm positive that we're all on both sides of the aisle here, so I don't want to step on any toes politically. But just the whole thing of the inflation, our national debt, and the dollar. So I think the whole thing is just a little unnerving at the moment.
Well, and you know, I will disagree with you on that. I think that both parties have been doing this. So it's not, this isn't divided down political lines.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Okay.
He just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to lean towards one side or the other.
Thank you, Casey.
And plays
exactly.
anybody.
I wanted to share my sentiment that I think we're in perilous waters without one sounding like a conspiracy theorist or someone who's just trying to garner attention by screaming the sky is falling. But more importantly, I didn't want anyone to think that because I'm so disappointed in the current state of affairs that because of that, I'm blaming the current administration. I'm an equal opportunity hater when it comes to bureaucrats. I'm kind of one of those silly guys that just burn the whole damn thing to the ground and let's start, over.
I'm going to have to use that someday.
For bailing me out of that, Casey.
I'm going to have to use that someday. Equal opportunity. I like that. Yeah, I can hate on both sides. It's politics. It's easy to do.
I lived my whole life, KC, by a code of the things that I was taught as a young man. If you work hard, you'll be rewarded. If you forego instant gratification, there'll be something in it better for you down the road. Don't lie. Don't steal. Treat people fairly. And I just basic the tenets of humanity and morality, and then I look and see my government, and it's I see people who cheat the system and win, and that's hard when you look back and say, well, I spent my life grinding it out and playing by the rules, and you find a little bit of success, and then you look around you and you see the other people that are enjoying far more success than you are, and I don't mean just in terms of dollars or an account. Then you become a little despondent because you say, wait a minute, it's not supposed to be this way. The cheaters aren't supposed to win. People shouldn't be able to do this. And so I'm at a point in my life where I grit my teeth over it a great deal. I shouldn't let that become a black cloud over the fun that we have here, though. So I'll try to keep that talk to a minimum.
You're all good. Let's see. We got somebody saying this. Christos is saying the SPY is mooning. I don't know about mooning, but let's check it out and see what it's doing. It is up 1 point. It's moving pretty quick here. SPY is up 416.03. Now, one of the things you got to remember, look at oil. Oil was one of the things I said. When you see oil price going down and the DXY going up, usually it's an infusion of money into the marketplace. So my guess is maybe we might have had some more oil sold off into the market, perhaps maybe to generate some revenue places. I don't know. We did see a pretty big hit on crypto. The question is if the SPY is moving up right now, is it because of all sectors, or is it just primarily in certain sectors that we're seeing the SPY moving up right now? So we'll have to take a look at that. It is time for numbers, guys. So I'm going to probably, unless you guys got something specific you wanted to say before I head out here, I will come back at the end of the day, too, in the back of the big tramp. Anybody?
All right, let's go.
All right,
Do
numbers.
some numbers.
All right, guys. I'll see you in a while.
All right, later.
All right, time for numbers. I guess put up some music for you guys. I gotta make sure and turn it down a little bit here. I think you guys like the music while I do the numbers, so let's listen to some funky music. Funky pizza music. All right, let's see what we got going on. I don't even know if I want to refresh this screen. Fidelity, you suck. All right, I'm going to move a couple screens around, take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Sorry, give me 1 second. I just want to see if I can get this page to refresh. Every time. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined on AMC. We're at 52.61% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.51. The combined total 63.12%, or 0.88% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. The CHX exchange has got 0.13% of our volume with a 30-day average of 3.86, so nothing going on there. On Ape, off exchange is at 48.89. EDGX is at 3.85. Combined total is 52.74. That is 11.26% less than it should be by this time of the day. 1.01% of our volume going through that exchange through CHX, and the 30-day average is now down to 0.04. Big drop off on that one. On GME, CHX, actually let's go with, CHX volume is 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.17. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 806,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.62 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 21%. Cost to borrow min is at 55.4, average 70.05, and max is 108.73 shares on loan. Day over day, there was an increase by 1.42 million shares on loan, bringing us to 172.52 million shares, even though Ortex got the new report for exchange reported short interest, which dropped their total amount of shares by 22.1 million in short interest. that was taken off the books. But our shares on loan are still pretty high, so I'm not too worried about it. And they are still creating new short interest on a daily basis. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was 108,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same, leaving the estimated short share interest, the free float, at 5.36. I'm not even going to read the rest of the data. Shares on loan day over day, this is down by 220,000 shares, leaving our shares on loan at 18.42 million shares. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume has been at a $5 strike price for the day today. An hour ago, it was 12.6 thousand contracts. It's now 13.3. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. There was 6.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 6.9. Market still suggesting a closing price on AMC by the end of the day today to be around $5. Combined price of AMC and Ape. We are getting this little run-up portion right here, and it's still going up. I'm kind of surprised to see it still going up. I was expecting to see a little bit of a turnaround here towards the end portion of the day and some downwards momentum. But it's not happening. Not yet, anyways. In fact, we're getting what appears to be a little bit of a run in the end portion of the day here, which may result in that additional volume that I was talking about in the pre-market that we might be seeing picking up here on AMC, but we'll see. As far as orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME likely not on this page, and they're not. Low volume won't produce lots of orders. Shares available left to borrow, 1.1 million shares. That has not changed for the last couple hours, and fees were last seen at 50%. SSR would have triggered today at $4.39, Ape at 1.458. Neither of those have triggered. NASDAQ is up 1.82, Dow Jones is down 0.01, and the SP 500 is up 0.98. Notice that the market it's almost on fire still. So even though the SPY is ripping, it's obviously not the entire market that's going on, that's moving right now. So it still seems to be probably large caps, tech sectors. Decliners, we have 4,000, let me just refresh this to make sure this is accurate. 4,237 decliners to 2,073 advancers. The market is a little bit more advancing than it was an hour ago, but not much. Banks, big movers. We've got FRC is down 12.64. Silvergate's down 7.22. PacWest is down 6.74. Let's see what else we got. Zion is down 2.5. I'm not reading that. It's not low enough. Other big movers. Charles Schwab is up 3.44, and that's the biggest of the movers there. Taking a look at Ethereum Classic, it is currently being reported down 0.48. The US dollar is currently up 0.29. Oil is up down 0.539. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.29 to 0.31, and the SPY is up 0.96. So it had a quick run up followed by a quick run down. So much for that. Okay. Nice little trap there, I guess. Let's see what we got going on with VIX. VIX is showing down 4.69%. VBR is down 0.12. VB is down 0.34. Tesla's up 1.28. Amazon is down 1.86. Cinemark down 0.71. Doge is down 0.45. Bitcoin is up 0.06 at 26.3K a coin. GME is up 0.34. HYMC is down 5.12. NCMI is up 5.54. Hood is up 1.1. Ape is down 3.08. And AMC is down 3.58. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately let's just call it 400,000, close enough. $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 11 million shares traded so far after 79 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 15.3 shares traded by the end of the day today. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart, we've got more, let's see here. Selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 26.4, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.03, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.32, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.64, which is slightly above average. On Ape, $50,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.74 million shares traded after 280 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 5.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43, which is below average. Well, slightly below average, rather. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.47, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.26, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there was more buying pressure currently than selling pressure, but you can see that there's obviously been some very dead trading, not really moving anywhere from 157.4. But you can see there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47, which is slightly below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. And let's see where we're at in the music. Nice, perfect stop. Alrighty, I think I've ran the poll long enough for the day today. By the way, we are the movie for the trivia for today is going to be True Grit, the new movie. 33% of you voted for that yesterday. We've had 465 votes on today's poll for the debt ceiling. 63, really, it's more like 75% of you have said that you believe that the debt ceiling is going to be raised. 12% of you of that 75% think that it's going to be on late after June 1st. And the 14% said no, and then 11% of you said, I don't care. Which is perfectly fine. It's okay. It's okay to not want to have an opinion on that. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. I'll give you guys about a minute or two more in case you want to throw some votes in there real fast. That's fine. But otherwise, I'm going to close out that poll here in just a little bit. Ooh. First thing I saw when I minimized that was Nana saying, so now my daughter has a stalker, WTF. And you got to watch kids on their social media accounts. It's not a good place out there. A lot of predators. Biden's going to be freezing spending for 2 years. Is that what the little pump was in the SPY there real fast? Hold on a second. Let's check it out here. Debt ceiling news. Debt ceiling negotiations continue as default deadline looms. 2 hours ago, Republicans report progress in debt limit talks as negotiations continue. Exclusive slimmed down U.S. debt ceiling deal takes shape, sources are saying. And that's it. I don't see anything on freezing spending here. I'm going to click on the CNBC article real quick, just because it says what Republicans want in exchange for raising the debt limit. I just want to see here how much. This will not surprise me one bit that they come up with here. When they come up with something that says that they want to be able to track the money for the spending, right? Because then that just makes way for CBDC. Guaranteed that's going to be coming out here, and we're going to be finding out. Like they're going to want to come up with some kind of agreed plan on how they're going to be able to track how much money's being spent in order to raise the debt limit. It's coming. It's like a bad taste in my mouth. I know I can tell. If I know it's there, probably everybody else knows my breath stinks too. It's like you know it. You're like, oh crap, here comes the bad breath. I can tell. The politicians are going on holiday tomorrow. I heard Swami says. Let's see here. Between debt ceiling negotiations between the White House and congressional Republicans took on a new, harder tone this week after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy signaled that he was not willing to compromise with the Democrats over a list of GOP demands. Instead, McCarthy's deputies say they view a vote to raise the debt ceiling and to avoid the potentially catastrophic U.S. debt default as a concession to Democrats and potentially the only one they plan to make. Given the havoc a default could wreak on global economy, increasing the borrowing limit is typically a formality, often structured as a companion bill that gets checked onto unrelated legislation. Representative Patrick McHenry of North Carolina, a chief GOP negotiator, was asked Tuesday night what concession Democrats were getting as part of a potential compromise with the White House to win both Republican and Democratic votes. The debt ceiling, he replied. That's what they're getting, added Rep. Garrett Graves of Louisiana, another GOP negotiator. Republicans hold a narrow majority. Let me just see if I can skip through this and find. A Democratic official said Republicans have already rejected at least two compromise offers from the White House. The first proposed a government spending freeze next year at its current level, and another offer would be put in place a 2-year cap on spending. While their demands could change, below are key concessions Republicans want from Democrats in exchange for their vote to raise the debt ceiling. Energy and mining permitting reform. The proposal is arguably the easiest issue for negotiations to reach consensus on, given that both the White House and House Republicans support the broader goal of making it easier to launch new energy projects such as wind farms and gas pipelines in the United States. Let's see here. Rescind unused COVID-19 funds. Let's see here. Congress authorized between 2020 and 2022 approximately $4.6 trillion to help the United States respond to the coronavirus pandemic. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that about $30 billion of that money has not been earmarked and could be clawed back in order to create savings. That says Biden has indicated that the White House will agree to that demand. New work requirements for Medicaid. The Republican debt limit bill passed by the House in April would require able-bodied adults with no children to work or train for work in order to stay on Medicaid, the federal health insurance for low-income people. The White House rejected this proposal. I'm not going to accept any work requirements that's going to impact on medical health needs of people, Biden said earlier this month. The second to last one here is changes to current work requirements for food stamps. Unlike the Medicaid demands, it appears that there could be some room for compromise on the GOP proposals to raise the work retirement age window for people enrolled in the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or SNAP, from 50 to 55 years old. The same day Biden rejected the Medicaid work requirements, he also noted that he supported work requirements in the 1990s and said it's possible there could be a few others he would support, but not anything of any consequence. And then the last one, a federal budget baseline number in 2024 that is lower than it was in 2023. This is the biggest sticking point in the whole process and the issue over which the talks have broken down temporarily a few times. There's more here. I will link this to you guys, so in case you want to read this, you're more than welcome to. Ooh, Laura Sparling is getting a toast out tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's 5/26. Laura, yes, it should be illegal to work on your birthday. Why not? I can't not agree to that. That would be wrong of me. Yeah, your employer shouldn't be able to make you work on your birthday. That's just jacked up. If you want your birthday off, I mean that should be a day they give you no matter what. Who wants to be at work on their birthday? I mean there are people, legitimate people out there that do want to be work on their birthday, which is fine. If you want to be at work on your birthday, that's your choice, but don't make everybody do that. That's terrible. NC Proud Dad says Biden says I'm not going to raise your taxes, but I will cause a massive inflation wave that will make you pay 3 times what you're paying for things, which means you pay more in sales tax of those items for the same product. Laura, it goes down in the history books as something that I've said, so you can always go back and rewatch it when you get off work. It'll still be there, promise. But I got you written down for happy birthday shout out for the toast tomorrow. Ape is at $1.58, down 2.47%. AMC is down 3.18 at 4.725. Yeah, some people like to work their birthday, Deb, but that doesn't mean everybody should have to. It kind I mean, you could probably tell from my voice, NC Proud Data, you've known me well enough to know that I didn't quite fully understand what you were saying there. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I don't think that's where it comes out at. I don't think it comes out in the taxes that we pay for items, personal. That's going to come out. That's like your state taxes. It's going to come out of other things though. They'll find ways to make us, pay for it other ways. I don't think it's going to be through products. If you guys can keep up in the number if you want to. 11, 12, 13, 15, what I don't care, that's fine. But I mean just, you know what I'm saying. I got 10 shares. To be funny, you can raise it or something, but the general idea is you got 10. All right, it's 124. I'm going to take a break so I can get my movie trivia questions all written up. And I am so regretting not dropping my price prediction for the day. Hold on a second. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the live stream today. I'm going to play something. I'm going to play me struggling to figure out what I was going to do for price prediction at the beginning of the day. And you guys can sit here and hear me talk about how I was going to change my numbers. Let's see, I start, so 2 hours and 15 minutes. Where are we at now? Let's just listen to this real quick. That's what I'm changing my numbers to, because it's just kind of what I'm seeing. whole lot, and if it does, 160 is good. So basically, I'm gonna take $1.60 off of 638 and say that's gonna be AMC's closing price. 478. What's SSR trip at today? Damn it! SSR trips at 478. I said 478. Ah, why didn't I go with the 478? Oh, I'm so angry. You couldn't hear it? Hold on a second here. I'll play it back. I'm so upset with myself. Hold on. I'll play it back so you can hear it. Here. What's SSR trip at today? SSR trips at, hold on a second. I got to move it back a little bit further. SSR trips at, that's not what I want. 439. What did I just say? 478. There it is. Yeah, let's do it. 478. 478 for a close. I had changed my mind at the last second this morning to 478 for a close, and I went back on it because I saw something else and was like, nah, I'm gonna stick with my original. I'm gonna stick with my original numbers and stay with those. And I should have gone with the 478. Oh yeah, no, yeah, we're definitely paying more in taxes now. But when you're buying, I mean, it should be state taxes. Whenever you're buying something here, that's state taxes, not federal. Because like there's some states that there is no sales tax. There's zero sales tax, right? Like you could live in Oregon and there's zero sales tax on anything that you buy. So, yeah, taxes isn't really taxes. I mean, it is, but it's not. Federal taxes are different than state taxes and who they go to. So there's a big difference there, and not all states get charged. Taxes aren't taxes, right? Because in some states you don't have sales tax. So that's a state sales tax. It's not something that you're paying for. Yeah, gas. Are a lot of times those taxes are from state as well, though. Not all of them, but some large portion of them oftentimes are from state. Where are we at here? Man, I should have gone with my new numbers. 478 would have been so close. Oh well. Can't get every day right. Often states that have no sales tax have property tax. Higher property tax, yes. Or higher income tax. One of the two. It kind of depends. Every state's different. They're all different. I have to say though, that was one of the things I absolutely loved about living in Oregon. Knowing that when you went to go look at the price at something, especially like a car, whatever the price of that car was, is exactly what you were going to pay for it. There was no additional hidden fees or nothing. It was just all that price. The cost of that car is $26,000 and $26,783. That's what you paid. $26,783, and it was beautiful. All right, I'm going to take a break. I will see you guys in a little bit. Make sure I put the message up. Gotta love that barcoding on Ape. So natural looking. I don't care if people put in what their average is, Nana Ape. I just don't prefer it, you know. I don't usually silence people for that. That doesn't really. I mean, just that more or less just kind of gives people an idea as to when you got in. Doesn't really do anything else other than say that what your average cost was. I don't really care about that too much. All right, I will see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, guys. So I'm gonna start off the day with a toast here. Well, I mean, I say start off the day. Start off the end of the day here with a toast. And we have two people in our community, guys, who are struggling with just different things in life right now. And I don't, and I'm not here to like discuss what it is specifically. And I think you all can respect the idea that people need their privacy, and so I don't really necessarily have to say what it is. Just know that they need some thoughts and prayers. If you pray, if you don't pray, just thoughts, whatever it is, best wishes or whatever. But to Tendies plus plus and to Mick or Casey's Broken Mug, which he goes by here. Oftentimes, they're both struggling right now with some different stuff in life, and so if you see them around or you do see them come back at some point in time, just let them know you're thinking about them or something, and just let them know that you care or whatever. But I'm gonna throw out my toast today to those guys. Life sucks sometimes, and it's not always the best for us. And we've got rough times, we got good times, but there's still times. So cherish what you have. Cheers. I suck at toasting. I really, you'd think after 2 years of toasting, I'd be better at this by now, but it's not the case. I I really hope I can somehow manage to get better at this because I don't seem to be getting better. I just stumble my way through it, I guess. I don't know. Another drink here. You know what would probably be a good idea? It would be a good idea for me to drink before I toast. I know that's like you're not supposed to do that, but I have a strange feeling that I probably would toast better if I was slightly inebriated first. I'm just saying. All right, let's get into the numbers. It's numbers time, and boy, I today's movie, you guys set me up again here for another one that I don't know. I had no idea about this movie whatsoever. It's True Grit, the 2010 version of the movie. And life is tough. Suck it up, Buttercup speech. that's not what I. That's not what I said. Don't start with me censored content. I need another drink now. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna take you guys to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, you may want to get it set up as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do set it up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to pick up that code, that access code, not a bad idea to set that up. And in case something happens to your primary, please take pictures or video footage of your brokerage account. If you don't take those pictures of that portfolio and something happens, you're going to be SOL. Just throwing it out there. Just saying. You never know what's going to happen. Trust me, it's going to be worth your time. Let's see here. I got to put in my code real quick. Move that screen. Move this screen. Okay, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Okay. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we got 51.75% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.55. The grand total is 62.3% going through those exchanges. That's short by 3.7% of what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is pretty low at 0.13 with a 30-day average of 3.85. Nothing unusual going on there. On Ape, 49.97% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 3.59. That's 12.44% less than what it should be. Some of that's going through New York Stock Exchange, some of it into EDGA. Hiccups. Those are the big ones. And CHX volume for GME is at 0.02 with a 30-day average of 0.17, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, AMC was being reported for borrowing for 1.62 million shares. It's now 1.42. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to drop slightly to 20.99%. Cost to borrow min is at 55.4, average 71.56, and max 108.73. Day over day, the shares on loan rose by 1.42 million, bringing us to 172.52 million shares on loan. 22.1 million shares in closed short interest over the last 15 days. We got a report in of the short interest dropping yesterday, which changed the total amount of estimated short share interest on the free float. Sold short is now down to 108.39 million shares. So pretty big drop on that. It just means that they were estimating low on the estimates, and we have been seeing a lot of elevated shares being returned through CHX lately. So they have been returning shares. Let's see here. Moving forward, we've got on Ape, 108,000 shares having been returned today. That hasn't changed in the last hour. It's leaving that short share interest of the free float of 5.36. I'm not going to read the cost of borrows because those are the same. Shares on loans at 18.42 million shares. That's 220,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And options, highest amount of call volume has been at a $5 strike yesterday. It went from 13.3 thousand contracts to 14.8. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago was 6.9 thousand contracts. It's now 7.6. The market is still indicating a closing price of around $5 by the end of the day today. However, that's probably not going to be the case. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.29. Finally starting to see this little hook portion of price moving back down. It's starting to kick in here. You can see that most of this pattern here has been kind of playing itself out. It's just sometimes it's larger, sometimes it's smaller, or longer periods of time. But price is closing around 629. At one point today, I wanted to guesstimate. What did I have here? Earlier this morning, I wanted to do 638 for a closing price for the day. And then at the last second, I changed my mind and went with 662. So I should have stuck with that last minute change that I wanted to do. I chickened out on it. Oh well. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME, I do not expect to see on this list due to low volume. They are not on this list. SSR trigger price for AMC is at $4.39. Ape at 1.458. Shares available to borrow is at 800,000 shares. That is down from 1.1 million shares. So we're looking at another 300,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. And that's going to be bringing us to 1.7 million shares borrowed so far for the day, which is definitely elevated. Fees are still at a 50% rate. NASDAQ is up 1.87, Dow Jones is down 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.96. We have 4,282 decliners to 2,065 advancers, right about where we were an hour ago. No real big changes. Let's see, banks. Big movers, we got FRC is down 7.99. PacWest is down 6.32. Charles Schwab is up 3.79. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is down 0.02. US dollar is currently up 0.34. Oil is down 5.62. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.42 to 0.45, and the SPY is up 0.94. VIX is currently down 4.79. VBR is down 0.18. VB is down 0.33. Tesla is up 0.78. Amazon is down 1.65. Cinemark is down 1.03. Doge is up 0.3. Bitcoin is up 0.71. GME is up 0.69. HYMC down 4.95. NCMI is up 4.9. Hood is up 0.73. Ape is down 2.47, and AMC is down 3.69 at 4.7. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's about $800,000 more inflow than outflow for AMC. 12.78 million shares traded so far after 353 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.11 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That pre-market volume evaporated, absolutely evaporated today. Really kind of shocked. If we see some aftermarket volume today, I can't imagine it'll be enough to make up for the difference that we're seeing right now. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 25.81, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.1, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.86, which is slightly below average. No, that's below average, sorry. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.93, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately, let's just call it $200,000 more, or $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.41 million shares having been traded after 354 minutes worth of trading. We are on pace for 4.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is just absolutely sucked sideways for most of the last portion of the day here. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.47, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.26, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.414, which is average. Yeesh. All right. We got about 5 minutes left here before movie trivia. Skimming off the top, batter. That's how. Skimming off the top. Jet skis. I love jet skis. How's sugar doing? Honey, honey. 24.88 on sugar. Gold price right now is 1940. It kind of came down a little bit today. Wonder if we ever got the I never got the data for pending home sales. That data never came rolling in today. It was supposed to be reported at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time, and I have still not seen the update for that. So I'm not sure why that data didn't come through, but it didn't get. I'm not seeing a reported amount here on this, so maybe they'll have to wait till tomorrow. Oh man, that's what I learned on was those jet skis that you had to stand up on. Those were the best. I don't even like the ones you sit down on. I don't even like those ones. That's not even. I didn't really feel like those are jet skis. Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like right now. Big Tramp, that double bottom on that. That's what I was calling for this morning when I changed my numbers, and I was calling for a what was it, like a 630. I think I was calling for a 638 close for the day today, combined between AMC and Ape, and I said it looked like we might be going for a double bottom on this. Quack Tour says Wave Runner versus jet ski. Yeah. I remember I rode my first jet ski when I was at my family reunion. I was probably around the age of 12, I think. I don't know. I might have been a little bit older than that. I might have been 14. It was fun as hell, though. So much fun. Okay. Dynamite says, I'm more of a tubing kind of guy. Like tubing, like being towed behind a boat tubing, or tubing like down a river. Or I guess there's also snow tubing as well. Oh, there it is. In a river with a beer in my mitts. There's a couple different kinds of tubing. CPR says, you're all welcome to my cottage for some boating fun. Where's that at? What kind of water are we talking about here? No, I'll take you up on it. Wave runners are best for Southwest Florida. Sharks will grab your toes on a jet ski. Yeah, that makes sense. Hmm. Okay, we're talking about some seriously cold water. Okay. Don't know if I'll be able to get my wife to head up that far north for water fun, but hey, I'm all for it. I'm a polar bear. Red Deer Lake. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It's not cold, it's warm. You do realize that our ocean water down here is like 80 something degrees, right? I'm just saying it's not cold to you, but for us southerners it's cold. All right, it's movie trivia time, guys. Let me put it up here. Honestly, it's not cold. Yeah. Uh, Hold on a second here. Hit live now for movie trivia. All right, hit live now. Let's do this. It's True Grit, the 2010 version of the movie. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but you guys are gonna boo me for the last question here. I already know it. So I'm ready for it. I'll take it. I'll take it like a man. All right, here we go. First question. The events of the film are precipitated by the fateful confrontation between Frank Ross and Tom Cheney that takes place one winter's evening in Fort Smith, Arkansas. What does Cheney not steal from Frank that night? What does he not steal? The gun is correct by Joe Pounce. It was I had down his Colt revolver, but I'll take gun is correct from Joe Pounce. That is correct. Next one. These nuts. Maddie requires money to hire a marshal to pursue Cheney, and her plan is to get it from Colonel G. Stonehill. What does she convince the colonel to buy, only to buy it back herself subsequently? Horse is correct. Mustang pony. That is correct by Joe Pounce. He was first. Selling horses, NC Proud Dad. You just came in just a fraction later. Let's see. Next one. You guys are going to murder me on this one because I don't know how to say it. To me, it looks like LaBeouf. I want to say LaBeouf. I don't know how to say his last name. So we're just going to say LaBeouf because I always get it wrong. And I think it's funnier to say LaBeouf than LeBeau. So LaBeouf, the Texas Ranger, is subjected to a string of put-downs and insults from Maddie when they meet for the very first time. In a moment of frustration, what does LaBeouf confess he gave some thought to stealing from Maddie as he watched her sleep? Matt Damon is correct. It's who started, but that's not the question. A Kiss by Frank Lehman is correct. NC Proud Dad said Spanker. No, Frank Lehman was right. It was A Kiss. Frank Lehman. All right, next one. Cogburn and Maddie come across a strange doctor while tracking Cheney through Choctaw territory, which I think might be in Oklahoma. What animal does he resemble when they first see him? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give it to Joe. You put near, and I know the N's right next to the B, and then Tyler Frose said bear first. I'm gonna give you guys both a point because Joe, I know what the intent was, and it looks like Tyler's kind of new around these parts. Tyler, by the way, I get everybody's names wrong here, so don't take any offense to it. Froise, F-R-O. That is interesting. F-R-O-E-S-E. Froise. Very interesting. All right, next one. Welcome to the club here. The young kid named Moon has information about Ned Pepper and his gang, but requires something in exchange for spilling the beans. What does Cogburn promise to give Moon in exchange for the information? A decent burial by Pirate Born is correct. That is correct. All right. Here we go. Next one. Who kills Cheney? Maddie is correct by censored content. After Cheney and Ned Pepper are dispatched, Maddie is not out of danger. I love how they say dispatched. Who or what threatens her life at the end of the movie? Snake by censored content is correct. Man, censored content just jumped out of the forest here. He's like, yeah! Let's see here. Who played the role of Rooster Cogburn in the film? No censored content. It is not Jeff Bridges. It's Foo Bridges. I'm gonna give you a point anyways, though, because I know you meant. I know you meant to say Foo Bridges. Because that's really if I would actually if you would have said Foo Bridges, I probably would have given you like 2, maybe even 3 points for saying that. I was waiting to see if somebody was going to say Foo Bridges or something like that. Anyways, Next one. Joe put Foo Bridges. What is Rooster Cogburn's profession? U.S. Marshal, Deputy Marshal, I'll take from censored content is correct. Look at that. Censored content's coming here and just ripping you guys apart, actor. I'm giving El Gato a point just for the hell of it because it's freaking funny. I don't care. It's rigged. El Gato just got a point for being funny. It was hilarious. Last question. This is the last question here, guys. Don't hate me. Don't hate me for this one, please. It's a quote. It's 4 words, but I will accept 3 of the words or 2 of the words. Actually, 3. Three words. I'll accept 3, but it is 4 words that I've got out of the quote here. And the only reason I used this one was because of the fact that I just told you guys nothing's free in life. And that's all I'm going to say. Ooh, Papa Mac was really, really close. Joe's going, the devil made me do it. Yes, the grace of God for 2 points by Priorborn is correct. So the quote was, "You must pay for everything in this world one way or another, and another, one way and another. There is nothing free except the grace of God." That was the quote that I picked. Don't shoot me. Don't hate me. It's just what I picked. I was telling you guys there's nothing free. So I thought it was kind of like relevant to like something I had said recently. Alrighty, let me add up these points here. Yeah, I thought it was a nice quote too, ABC. Joe Pounce, congratulations on adding to your points for the day today. Man, Joe Pounce is ripping it this week, guys. He's on it. He's tearing it up. Frank Lehman, congratulations on your first point for the week. Oh, son of a gun. What did I just do? Whoa. What did I just do? I somehow managed to move all my notes to the other side of the page. How the hell did I just do that? Word wrap. No. Oh my gosh. I have no idea how I just freaking did that. I'm in trouble here. Help me out. Somebody help me out here. I need PC help. All right, I moved all of my information on my page here over to the other side. It flipped everything over to the other side. Wait, hold on a second here, maybe. No, that doesn't do it. Everything is like on the right hand. I tried undo. Undo didn't work. I'm in notes here, and I'm in notes, and it hit left justification. I don't know where to find that at. I have no idea how I managed to do what I just did. It's got to be under format, right? Maybe. Oh my gosh, there's no way I can do that. I can't just close it. Line text. Hold on a second here. Where's the line text? Page, it's got to be under page setup. What? Look, even the scroll bars on the left-hand side. Okay, Roseanne's saying, I can't just close it. On the home tab in the paragraph group, click align left. On the home tab. On the home tab. There is no home tab. There's no home tab here. Click the arrange tab, click flip button. Arranged? There is no arrange tab. Yeah, I'm in notes. I'm in notepad. Word wrap doesn't help any. Control L. Nope, not gonna do it. Did not work. In the format sidebar? What? That was it. I right clicked on the page and I clicked on right to left reading order. What the heck? I didn't even click on anything like that whatsoever. That was the weirdest thing. It was called right to left reading order. That was so weird. I've never seen that happen before. I have no idea. I was only typing on the keyboard when that happened. All right, let me see what I need to undo here again here. All right, let me see notes. Whew, I panicked there for a second, guys. That was crazy. Okay, Joe Pounce has got his numbers. Frank Lehman is not, so I undid his 1 point, and then Tyler. Whew. Tyler Frois, maybe? I don't know. Elgato, 1 point. Let's see. Then we've got somebody said right click on the charts. Censored content says now try right clicking on the charts. Let's see if we can reorder these too. And then we got censored content we got congratulations on your points for the day-to-day censored content, and Pirateborn is adding to his points as well. His already made points. All right, so let me see here. Taking a look at the scores, we have third place. In third place is NC Proud Dad with 5 points. Tied for second is Joe Pounce and Censored Content with 6 points apiece. And our champion for the week is Pirateborn with 14 points. Pirateborn will be the winner for the week and go up in the record book for tomorrow. Let me make sure I put his full name in, though, because I only have a write down part of your name. Oh, man, I got hiccups. Pirateborn 200 years too late. Oh, man, I hate hiccups. All right, let's see. Let's get his full name in here. All right. Man, you're making it difficult. I might just put in just Pirateborn if it's too long for tomorrow. No points from NC Proud Dad. You can have points. It'll just tie you with second place. I'll give you a point. It ties you for second though. Yep, just for a little bit longer. I got about 12 more minutes. Hunter's home from his first day of no school. He's done. He's graduated. Yeah! The crowd goes wild. Ah! He's officially out of... Where'd he go? He disappeared. He went running off. Oh, he went back outside. Yeah, Joe says, free at last, Hunter. Congrats. Woo! Yay. Pirate says, emancipation. NC Proud Dad says, he's like, oh my God, Dad's doing it again. I can't believe you graduate like a full week after, like graduation a full week after you get out of high school. I know, but it's just, I mean, why can't they use their own spots? You know what I'm saying? Like, why does every high school have to use the same spot? The stadium? Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. It's that dang stadium. That all that money they sink into the stadium that I'm never ever gonna get to be a part of again because my kids are out of high school. Oh no, that's not true. The other kids are gonna be. Seth might be playing there. All right. I would go back to the back of the big tramp, but I think. Oh, there's a lot of people over there waiting. All right, I'll go back there for like 5 minutes. Hi guys. Hi. We got like 8 minutes left.
We started our own Shaw religion in here. Did you notice?
No, I missed it. I missed it. What happened?
Oh, we've been putting scriptures of Shaw. Yea, though I walk through the valley of Shaw, I shall fear no Shaw, because Shaw is with me.
The Alpha and the Shaw Mega.
Alpha and the Shaw Mega was awesome. We were hoping the chat would figure out that we're being dumbasses, but they didn't.
No one comes unto the Shaw but by the Shaw.
Oh my God, Shaw is the way.
It's a Shawshank Redemption. You all want foo retard.
We did.
Hey, did you like my foo bridges?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see my. You didn't hear me say foo bridges?
Oh, foo bridges. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a quote from you. The foo will abide.
The foo will abide.
The foo will abide. See, that's another Shaw, the religion of Shaw. I put up the 10 Shaw Amendments.
So the disciples of Shaw.
The 12 disciples of Shaw. Oh shoot! Pirateborn says, "Tell Hunter you need to collect his damage deposit and first and last month's rent today." I think he just ran outside. Hunter? Oh yeah. I'm gonna need first and last month's rent. And he smiled. He smiled and laughed at me. I'm serious. I love you, buddy. How was your day? It was fine.
Gotta pay his tidy jaw.
Oh man.
It was his last day?
Yeah, this is his last day of high school. He's done.
Damn it.
Congratulations, Hunter.
Hunter gets a Lambo. Woo!
I got a car here for you, Hunter, for your graduation. I got a little toy car here sitting on my desk.
Yeah, you can't leave us in here alone for too long, or we'll start. Like I had the Golden Shaw. We were going to make a Golden Shaw and worship the Golden Shaw.
Oh yeah, the Golden Shaw. That would not be good. Yeah, because Shaw would come in and be like, "How dare you!" and then destroy all the commandments.
No, they're Shaw amendments. They're not commandments.
Somebody's got a hot mic. Pirateborn's got a hot mic.
Pirate.
There he goes. He clicked it. He's good.
Okay. Well, Mrs. Pirate has a lot of really good commentary, but she doesn't. She makes Pirate say it. So, but Pirate gives her all the credit. He's not a dumb person.
Are you kidding me? You guys got to meet the Miss Pirate?
No, she doesn't come on. He just explains. He relays what she says.
That's so cool.
But maybe one day, you know what? That's a really good thing that you came up with. We need to put Mrs. Pirate on and have her lecture us, because I think we'd all come out better people.
Dynamite says golden showers.
Golden showers.
I shall rain upon you golden showers.
Dynamite, I'm going to put you in timeout now. Holy shit, that's terrible.
Great. What are you talking about? That's great. That's how you baptize in the religion of Shaw.
The Shaw, yeah.
The golden showers.
Dynamite's like content. You got to watch his shit because he puts in some golden ones.
No pun intended.
Is that what you said? Did I hear golden showers?
What? No.
Yucca's like, I'm here.
Pirate, one day we need to hear from Mrs. Pirate. Are you there?
Hi, Pam.
Nana.
Nana in here too?
I'm here. She's here every day. She's been here every day, but I'm not sure you guys are ready for the smoke that she brings, man. I mean,
ooh, we're ready.
I'm one thing. I'm handling me is fine. I mean, I'm an easy touch because I'm so easy to get along with, and I'm not very opinionated and kind of shy about making my feelings known. But this is Pirate, man. She's pretty tough. I'm not sure you guys are ready for that level.
I think these sound like excuses.
Oh, Pirate, you are ready for me.
Hi, everyone. I'm at work. I want to say hello.
We can hardly.
Hi, sweetheart.
So nice to hear from you.
The most fun I had in so long was when you and Prometheus and Foo and all of us were in together. Oh my God, I never laughed so hard in my life or stayed up so late.
That was a good
For a while.
time. We got to do that again soon.
Yeah.
We need to.
Oh, yucca.
Okay. I'm at work, but I'm listening in.
Did you get
What's up, Pam?
Nana?
Yes, sweetheart.
Did you get my nuts? I sent you a bag.
Yeah, I got your nuts, and they were salty.
Wait a minute.
This is all kinds of wrong. This is all kinds of wrong.
No, it's on the general. It's on the general tab. You can go look at the picture.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Casey?
Pam, you
Where are
don't need nuts. You got pool balls.
He
I'm
said,
still waiting for my nuts.
I'll give you a couple of nuts. Did you need?
Oh no! I just cut him off right there. I'm sorry, guys. I just cut him off right there because, of course, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must come to an end, including these salty nuts, brought to you by Yucca. But as usual, eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is our last trading day this week before we have a 3-day weekend. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, Spend time with your pets, taking them outdoors for walks because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a doggone movie, because that's what we're here to do, support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
See, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Out of the ruins, out from the wreckage, can't make the same mistake this time. We are the children, the last generation. We are the ones they left is coming. All else are castles built in the air. And I wonder when we are ever gonna change. Living under the fear till nothing else remains. All the children say we don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond the Thunderdome. So what do we do in our lives? We leave only a mark. Will our story shine like a light, or end in the dark? Is it all or nothing? We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond Thunderdome. All the children say we don't need another hero. We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond Thunderdome.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, but it's all panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy